we go. So hello everybody. Welcome back to Grace Nicole Myths, Astrology and Tarot. Fix that real quick for all of you who would be driven fucking nuts by these not being even. I love you much. We are doing a Zodiac check-in. So for those of you new to the channel, just tuning in the playlists tab of the channel, I do have playlists for each zodiac sign, Aries through Pisces, all right? And it has your yearly annual 2022 forecast in it that you can timestamp go to each month, okay, to see what is going on per month. I did those in January for the entire year in advance for you so that you can go back and check in with what is going on in your major placements each month, okay? This is just a quick check-in for each sign. I typically don't do Ophiuchus, but we're going to do Ophiuchus at the end. So if you are aware of your Ophiuchian energy or you resonate to being Ophiuchus more than your actual Sagittarian sign, then you can absolutely tune in to the Ophiuchus reading at the end for some additional insights and energies. With that said, I'm using my Dreams of Gaia Tarot for like an overall energy, and then I'm using my Good Tarot for some extra insights for each sign. All right. I love y'all. We're getting into it. We're going to start with Aries and go right through. We're going to start with Aries and go right through. I am going to be putting timestamps in the comments at the end, so do not fret. There will be timestamps in the comments at the end. Aries, we are going to start at the 2-minute, 12-minute mark. So Aries. Arian energy, okay? Not just Aries sun signs, but Arian energy. So whatever house Aries rules for you, whatever placements you have in there, please understand how the different things you have, planets or planetary bodies or different planar things like nodes, play into the energies of each reading, okay, for each sign. So this is going to be Arian energy, your Arian placements, Arian ruled house, or whatever house Aries is present in if you have an intercepted Arian energy. What is going on? Spirit, please, in the overall for Aries. Ooh. We got the 6 of Fire. For the main energy, what is going on with the insights, please? What is going on with the insights for Aries? All right. So Aries, we got 606 as your numbers. Your primary card from the Dreams of Gaia Tarot is the 6 of Fire. The 6 of Fire is all about the victory. In this particular card, it is about sworn allegiances to protect the self, to protect the spirit, right? These are spiritual contracts that you have with people in the outer experience, those who are sworn to protect you. This person, the figure here, also has an overflowing cup, okay? An overflowing cup. It's acknowledging, like, as the ruler of your life, right? As the ruler of your life, your world, your experience, your manifestations, that there are people present that are sworn to protect you in the highest, right? Whether you are currently getting along with them or not, currently know who they are or don't. You know, the people who are sworn to protect you in soul are those that love you unconditionally. All right, first and foremost, understand 6 is a vibration of unconditional love and fire is the suit of spirit. So these are people in soul who love you unconditionally. Meaning, if you stopped doing what you do for them or changed how you relate to them in dynamic, their love would not change. Right? It's different that says, well, me and this person get along. We've gotten along for years. They do this for me. I do that for them. And we've always followed through and we do that for each other. And so it's always worked. Okay. But what if that person was giving to you and you couldn't give back, or vice versa? What if you kept doing this person whatever XYZ you were doing and they stopped reciprocating? Would you both still be getting along? Would there be an issue? Because that's conditional. That's conditional. Things can work conditionally for a long time as long as one person does A and one person does B. But what happens if one person can't do A or can't do B? Then what? Then what? A great obvious example would be like, okay, you're roommating with someone or you're living with someone and you're both splitting the rent. And for years, you both split the rent and it works out. And you guys are great. You're both splitting the rent. And then all of a sudden, one of you loses a job or one of you feels like you absolutely have to quit. You can't do it anymore. It's making you insane. It's killing you inside. You have to let this job go. And you impulse, lose the job, right? Lose the job, let go of the job, whatever you want, whatever the case may be. Is the person you're living with going to be like, it's okay, I got you. Take your time to figure it out. I'm covering the rent. Or are they going to be like, dude, you have to find a job ASAP. I'm not going to cover your half of the rent, blah, 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 blah. And now all of a sudden there's a riff or a tete-a-tete between you. Does the person love you conditionally or unconditionally? Because that's what this card is about. It's acknowledging the souls in your corner that will help you through the hardest energy. And sometimes that could be someone telling you the beautiful truth about yourself and being encouraging. And sometimes they could be the person telling you the fucking harsh truth. The truth you don't want to see. The truth you don't want to accept. Why? Because they love you unconditionally. They're willing to be the villain. They're willing to be seen as the dark, the shadow, the villain. Because they love you unconditionally, and someone has to tell you your alignment or your perspective is wrong. Your behavior is off or toxic. Someone has to tell you, right? So these allegiances as a main theme, this 6 of fire energy is about knowing that you are the overflowing creator of your manifestation, your experience in life, and knowing that you have people in soul contracted to love you unconditionally in it no matter what. All right, that you have these people in your corner, whether you view them as light or you view them as dark. They're loving you unconditionally. They will serve your highest good unconditionally. Their love and or presence is not conditional on what you do or don't do. They simply just want your highest good to come to be, right? Your ultimate joy, happiness, healing, whatever you want to call it, your victory in soul, right? 6 of fire. They want your victory in soul to come to be. With the cards here, the clarifying energies, we got the Fool, the Page of Earth, and the 6 of Water. The Fool is about calling it in, right? It has this judgment card type energy where she has the trumpet, right? She has this horn that she's blowing like the call, which is in fact the judgment card in this deck. It is called the call. It's a calling of energy. So whatever is going on with your alignment, especially because Jupiter is retrograde in Aries right now, Chiron is retrograde in Aries right now, Eris is retrograding in Aries right now, there's a lot of different energies that are becoming undone within the self. right? Aries is the sign of the self. It is the ruler of it's the natural ruler of the first house. So there's a lot of things in the undercurrents regarding to the self that are in the highest good, that are blessings, right? With Jupiter there. There's blessings, inner blessings taking place where this is where you discover just how much of the key you are in your own healing, because Chiron is the key. Everybody talks about Chiron being the wounded healer, but Chiron is the key. Even if you look at its symbol, it looks like a key. Chiron is the key to the self. It's where we feel like a victim, but it's also where we can see and become our own best healing. Okay. And Aries is a fucking mischief maker, and being retrograde, it's understanding how we create our own discord and disharmony from our own energy within. And maybe that's why these divinely soul aligned people are coming forward in your reality to help you realign, to undo retrograde, to undo your inner shit creating energy, right? You can't keep creating shit. So you have these people present in your experience. The Fool card is about calling them in for the shift, calling them in for the leap of faith into the new reality. You know, the Fool card is also very Uranian for me. So your Uranus being in Taurus near Mars and North Node, especially North Node, because Mars is moving forward. But to have Uranus so close to North Node right now, it's a radical shift and or pull in the destined or divinely aligned direction. And so there's things going on, Aries. Don't be surprised if you're being asked to seize or create opportunities. You know, this little figure here is a fae. But the multiple wings, it does remind me of like Nephilim, Seraphim type energy, because they have multiple wings. It's higher aligned energy. This is an opportunity being created or seized that is of a higher alignment. It's of a higher vibration. It is not just, this is what's in my reality. This is what I'm doing. This makes the most sense. It's like, okay, what do I desire though? What does my soul really want though? And going after a higher alignment, a higher manifestation, which is all about shifting out of the old contracts and getting into the Six of Water, which is where you kind of fall in love with your own reflection, not in a narcissistic way, but in a soul-aligned way, in that you really do love the person looking back at you in the mirror. You love not necessarily what you look like, which is narcissism. It's all about the physical. I love who I am. I love what I have. I love what I project. It's, I love what my energy is. I love the way that I care about people. I love the way that I treat people. I love the way that I care about myself and take care of myself and support myself and do what I have to do in my own reality to maintain the life that is important to me with the people that are important to me. It's loving who you are as a person, as a character, right? Your character, loving your character in return. This is what the Six of Water is about. It's about falling in love with your highest version as you see it reflected back to you. That when you're aligned with your highest good, not just the highest good of others, but your own highest good, and that's an unconditionally loving balance, that your subconscious, right, which is the element of water, that your subconscious thoughts, the things that you're thinking about, the things that you're feeling about actually feel good. Your thoughts feel good to have them. They're positive thoughts. They feel good to have those thoughts. It feels good to do what you're doing, to receive what you're receiving in your outer, right? The peace or the joy or the gratitude, right? Being in alignment with these energies as you bring them into the reality. And it's interesting because the reflection in the water, you see, she's brunette. She's got her hands around her stomach, you know, and she's just kind of in this trance-like energy. And if you look at her actual reflection, she's blonde and her hands are folded in prayer and or gratitude. So the outer, you know, you might look a certain way, be a certain way, like it's not narcissism. This is about falling in love with your ability to be grateful on the inside. This is your inner gratitude and acknowledgement of inner gratitude for everything you're manifesting. That is the whole point of these soul-aligned people, these unconditionally loving people in soul that are contracted here for you to get that soul victory. So Aries, understand that whoever is in your life right now is shaking shit up for a reason. It's because you've called them in to shake you up for a reason. And it's ultimately because you're on a path to wanting to manifest better. You're in a trajectory to want more energetically for yourself than what you've had. Yeah, fear is familiar, sure. Yeah, struggle is familiar, sure. Yeah, stress is familiar, sure. Yeah, anxiety and worry, yeah, they're familiar, sure. But you want better for yourself. You don't want to feel those things. You want better. You want better. Yeah, loneliness is familiar, sure. Blame and whatever is familiar, sure. But you want something better. You don't want to be in those vibrations anymore. You're truly desiring an elevated spirit experience to where your outer is reflecting better things, to where you're grateful on the inside, not just for certain areas of your life, but the overall. This is a gratis aeternum, you know, eternally grateful type of energy. So Aries, Aryan energy, what is going on in that house? I mean, this is the placements and what they're doing for you, right? Whatever house that Aries rules for you and what's in there. This is what is going on with the alignments, right? To get you in this mode of wanting to feel better in your world, about your world, and to be better for yourself in your world for others. So that's Aries. All right, getting into 1717 for Taurus. Taurus and Taurian energy. So, right, not just Taurus sun signs, but Taurus energy. So it's whatever house that Taurus rules for you in your chart, or whatever house has Taurus contained within it, if it's an intercepted house, and the different placement that you have in Taurus, right? Because right now we do have North Node in Taurus. We have Uranus in Taurus. We have Mars in Taurus. And we have Sedna on the cusp of Taurus at 29 degrees. We will actually, Sedna takes forever to transit signs. Like some people live an entire lifetime and Sedna never transits, but we're actually going to see Sedna transit in our lifetime, which is pretty insane. So Sedna's energy as well is in Taurus. All right, so Spirit, please. What is going on with Taurus, Taurian energies? Ooh. The 8 of Fire. The 8 of Fire. That's some lit shit. That's some lit shit. All right. What are the insight clarifying energies? All right, we'll take it. So we've got the King of Air, the 7 of Earth, the Empress, and the Queen of Water. So Taurus. Let's first talk about the 8 of Fire, okay? Because you can see the quite dazzling Phoenix energy on this card, all right? The third eye is open. Third eye's open. Eyes are open. Third eye's open. And we have this incredible phoenix, dancing light energy. It's not even a firebird so much as it's a light bird, right? It's a bird of what is essentially light. I can't help but feel, and I don't know how many of you play D&D or are familiar with, or how familiar you are with D&D. This reminds me of Saren Ray. Okay, this energy. Saren Ray is all about redemption, okay? She's all about redemption. That there is no soul so far gone that they do not deserve an opportunity for, at least one opportunity for redemption, because Saren Ray is just, and if you do not follow through with redemption and redeem yourself, I mean, she will absolutely serve justice as due, okay? And cut things off where they need to be cut off, and take chances away where things need to be removed, because there's no saving whatever this person or energy entity is. But Saren Ray is all about at least giving one solid chance at redemption, at least once. Giving souls the opportunity to choose the light, right? To choose to reinvent themselves in the light, because she truly does see the potential in everyone. It's a matter of whether or not the individual chooses to see their own potential, chooses to see their own light, chooses to acknowledge their own light. So the Taurian energy going on right now is redemptive, and spirit, higher, your angels, guides, guardians, however you identify with the power greater than yourself, it's guiding you to that in this moment, right? Because the Eight of Fire is typically divine communication. Divine communication, communication from spirit, communication from your guides, guardians, angels, higher. So there's this pull, right? There's this pull to rise into the light, okay? To rise into the light. Now, getting into these cards here. The King of Air, the Seven of Earth, the Empress, and the Queen of Water. Right off the bat, we have three people. We have three people. Three court cards. Well, two court cards and an Empress, which is the highest aligned of the three. The Seven of Earth is acknowledging that the reality is not yielding the results that you actually desire, right? Which is where the redemption comes in. You have to be able to choose better. You have to be able to allow yourself a higher alignment. And it's acknowledging three people. Okay, it's acknowledging three people. We have the King of Air, which is essentially someone who is very logical, very cold calculating, reasonable, because they understand that certain reckless choices will yield what is essentially chaos. And this person avoids chaos. They do what is logical. Okay. To the point of not heeding their intuition. Okay. To the point of not heeding their intuition. They will ignore the different pulls from their spirit that says, hey, like, I know this makes sense, but you really do want this. Like, I know this is what you think. I know this is what it looks like, but can you take a chance on that? The King of Air doesn't want to hear what the intuition has to say. No, it's like, no, this person hates me. Of course they hate me. I did them like this. I treated them like that. I ruined this or sabotaged that. They would never talk to me again. But the intuition's like, yeah, but if you really, came from this perspective, or you really wanted to shift, like you can actually make this better and have this person back in your experience, if you really want them in your experience. But the King of Air is like, that makes no fucking sense, because if someone did me like that, I wouldn't talk to them. So it makes no sense for them to want to talk to me. Right? The King of Air is logical and looks at things from a very analytical perspective to the intuition's detriment. Okay, so this is person number one in the Taurian energy reality, right? There's this person who will not just do as they're guided. Okay, this is someone who would actually have to be like shoved off path and onto a new one. You know what I mean? Like some shit happens and they have to jump off the path because, you know, a tree is falling in their way and it's going to land on them and they have to dodge it. So and all of a sudden they're on another path, right? This person wouldn't just take the intuitive path or the soul aligned path. They're looking at logic and reason, which is what is producing this reality of not yielding the result that they want to receive. Okay. Then we have the Empress and the Queen of Water. Now, the King of Air is wearing a mask. Okay, so this is a facade. This is someone who is pretending to be happy or forcing themselves to be happy or convincing themselves that they're happy in their reality when they're not. It's not yielding the result. Okay, this is the facade that is being put on. No, everything is great. Everything's happy. Everything's the best it can be, when they fucking know it's not the best it can be. There's certain intuitive choices they can make that would make it better. You know what I mean? They just think it's the best that it can be with all logic and reason accounted for right now. All right. The Empress and the Queen of Water. The Queen of Water has her eyes closed and is looking away. The Empress is the only one present who is not wearing a mask and it is facing forward. All right. And is facing forward. So if we're dealing with a King of Air energy, the Empress is the ultimate manifestation. It's the ultimate feminine. It is the ultimate gift. The ultimate receiving energy. And deserves the ultimate receiving energy. Okay? The Empress deserves to get what she gives. That is her vibration. She is the ultimate receiver and the ultimate giver, or the ultimate manifester as far as like birthing things into the reality and creating the reality the way that whoever this King of Air would want it to be. The Empress creates the ultimate reality. The Queen of Water is not looking in the King of Air's direction. She doesn't even care about the Empress. She's looking in a completely different direction. She is facing a different direction. She has her own agenda, motives, pathway, and her eyes are closed. She's doing as she's guided. She's not looking where she's going. She's just kind of flowing through, right? Water. There's this third party type energy. I think the King is in alignment to upgrade to Emperor, and that the Queen of Water is a passing third party, okay, who's been called in to possibly shake things up. Because if we're talking about Taurian energy and Sedna, right? If we're talking about Sedna, let me give you a little backstory on Sedna real quick. Sedna in mythology, legend, was someone kind of like Jasmine, right, in Aladdin. She was kind of like Jasmine, and where her family, she reached a certain age and she was set to marry. But she didn't want to marry. She didn't love any of the partners that, you know, her parents had picked out for her. She was not interested in it. She hated the law. You know, she hated that she had to get married by a certain age when she wasn't in love. And it was a resistance, right? So much so that Sedna's father took her out in a boat, canoe, and pretty much cut off her arms and legs and threw her into the ocean because she had disgraced the family. And by law, that is the outcome. So Sedna was tossed into the ocean without her hands and feet and left for dead. Sedna ended up becoming the first mermaid. All right, Sedna became the first mermaid. And she has this archetypal energy of being forever grief-stricken because her family never came back for her. They never acknowledged, you know, making a mistake by law. This is what the law was. She didn't follow it. Like, they never came back for her. And she never married and never actually found a partner. So she became not just the first mermaid, but the first siren. Because she would sing these sad songs, and then strayed sailors or things like that would hear her sadness and want to love her, and they would dive into the bottom of the ocean to love her. They would brush her hair because she had no hands, and they would listen to her cry, and they would fall in love with her, and she would end up destroying them down there. They would never come back to the surface. They essentially drowned in their attempt to rescue Sedna. And so if you look at the Queen of Water as what is essentially Sedna energy, especially because she's kind of trining on Pluto right now in Capricorn. All right. If you look at her as Sedna energy, then the third party is the person who is luring the king of air to drown. They're luring the king of air to drown. Maybe the empress won't have me, right? Maybe the empress energy, whoever the empress is, won't have me. And mind you, don't get hung up on the genders. Masculine and feminine are aspects of the self, okay? So can it be, you know, a man with two women in the experience? Absolutely. Can it be reversed? Absolutely. Can it be a mix? Absolutely. Okay, so take it as it resonates for you. This is someone who thinks about things very logically and is wearing a mask to protect the self. Maybe convincing themselves that they're doing what's best staying away from the empress. Maybe they're convinced that they just need to do what is best and stay away from the empress because they're only going to hurt the empress, especially if they've hurt the empress before. Okay. And the Queen of Water is this Sedna energy that's in need of rescue, but is also unrescuable. Okay. It's a lure. Sedna is a lure to attract people who cannot or will not save themselves by listening to their intuition, right? They're all logic and reason. They're not listening to their intuition. It says, don't dive into the ocean. You could drown under there. You know what I mean? Logic and reason would have it. But it's almost like this Queen of Water is distracting the King of Air from doing what is in their highest good to elevate to Emperor energy with the Empress, right? This is I'm sad, life is hard, I need help, I need saving, save me and be distracted so that you don't save yourself. This is where the self, Taurus energy, needs to be redeemed, right? This 8 of Wands energy, your inner guidance, your inner light is saying, hey, the reality isn't what you actually want. Right? The reality isn't what you actually want. What you actually want is the Empress, right? What you actually want is the ultimate manifestation. The ultimate manifestation. This is the energy, right? The person or energy who creates the optimal reality for you, but in the balance of things also needs you to create the optimal reality for them, whatever that means. This person is a go all or go home type person because they give all or they don't give anything. That's the type of person they are. They give 100% and they deserve 100% in return. And when that balance is not reciprocated, the Empress will go on to better things, manifest better things that are in alignment with 100%, right? The Empress manifests at 100. 99% is not 100. If you shortchange the Empress, like, God help you, right? You lose the Empress. So now this King of Air is probably accepting a Queen of Water circumstance when they really do want the Empress. And so the redemption, the time is now, right? The time is now. The time is aligned now. Like I said, Saren Ray will give everybody an opportunity for at least redemption once. At least once she will offer redemption. Beyond that, there is no guarantee that you will get a second chance, right? So if you're catching this message now, whatever your Taurian energy is, whatever house Taurus rules, like, now's the time. Now's the time. Pay attention to your houses. Pay attention to the house in which Taurus rules or is embodied in, right, if it's intercepted. Be aware. Now is the time, okay? Now is the time. That is Taurian energy. You want a Phoenix rise, especially if you're like a Taurus 12th house. Trust me when I say the cosmos are pulling out every fucking stop to get you in alignment. You know what I mean? Because 12th house is the undoing of the illusion, right? It's self-undoing an illusion. It's all of this energy is working to get you clear, you know? So pay attention to the house. If, let's just say, Taurus is in your second house, it's possessions. Like, you might seriously need to let go of certain things because you want better. It's like letting go of your old car, no matter how long you've had it, because you really need a new one. If you want to get to wherever you're going in life, you're going to need a car that's not going to break down at the state line, and you need to be able to travel and get to where you're going. You know what I mean? So pay attention to what house Taurus rules for you. Pay attention, okay? Because that's the energy. That's the energy. Yeah, like your car is constantly nickel and diming you, breaking down. Save me, rescue me, fix me. Be like, nah, you just need a new fucking car. You need the Empress, right? You need a new fucking car. I know you're sentimental to the Queen of Water and you feel like you gotta save her, but nah. You know, so pay attention to the house in which it rules. All right, in which Taurus rules. All right, Gemini. 35, 48. Timestamp. All right, Gemini. Gemini, not just Gemini suns, right? But Gemini energy. Right now, Admetos is in Gemini. And I believe that is all that is in Gemini. Just Admetos. Now, Admetos, as a symbol, is the tombstone. Okay, it is the tombstone or the grave marker, and it represents ancestral karma or inherited karma, right? Inherited soul lessons. So Admetos being in Gemini right now, this is about seeing the face value facts of the reality when it comes to the repeating patterns going on with your ancestry, okay? The repeating patterns going on right now. Matter of fact, let me get this. No. God, this is not now. I'm going to pull up current transits. Boom. All right. Yeah. Yeah, Meadows and Pallas. And Pallas Athena is in Gemini, right? Because I just done pulled that shit up on my other phone. That old has like iPhone 7. All right. Yeah. But Pallas is also in Gemini. Both of them are direct. Now, Pallas, if you think about Pallas Athena, okay, as an energetic archetype, it is the part of the self that will not initiate war. It's not like Aries, right, or Mars, the god of war. It's not like them to provoke or initiate or start war, but Pallas Athena will defend herself in war and strategically win, right? She will not initiate war, but she will finish a war. That's Pallas energy. And that's in Gemini. So in the reality, there's ancestral karma. And then there's also the things that you can do to defend yourself against a war that is not of your starting. And if you think about that, like ancestral karma, if you're at war with your ancestral karma, your inherited karma, this is your childhood wounding, there are certain things in the reality that you can look at that will come to your own defense in order to defeat these things. Right? That you can choose differently than your ancestors, that you can manifest differently than they did, that you are not your parents. You are you. Your parents might have manifested certain relationships and did certain things that they thought were acceptable, or it's just life. This is just how people are. And you're like, but you're holding yourself to a higher standard, right? Pallas Athena holds herself to a higher standard. So, with that said, Spirit, what is the overall energy for Gemini, whatever house that Gemini rules in your chart? What is the overall energy? Ooh, we got 2. We've got the King of Water and the Father. So this energy is serious. Very masculine aligned energy, right? With the Father and the King of Water. Let's get the insight clarity quickly, please. Ooh, these are meant to come out for your reading. Give me one more, please, Spirit. And there it is. Whew. All right. So Gemini, King of Water and the Father. Then we got the Tower, the Star, and the King of Fire. Okay. So let's get into this real quick. All right. The Father is technically the Hierophant, card number 5 in traditional tarot, but in this deck it is like the Emperor. Okay, because the major arcana are different in the Dreams of Gaia tarot. All right, so the Father is like the Emperor in the vibration of the Hierophant. And we do have this fatherly figure sitting on the throne, and he's got the lioness by his side and a rod of sunlight, right? A rod of sunshine. It's the sun rod. And then we have this King of Water. Now, when we talk about these energies, the Father being a being of light, a yang energetic master, right? Someone who has mastered yang energy, mastered willpower, mastered choice, mastered determination and achieving goals, right? This is an ultimate manifester type energy because they constantly choose in the alignment with their highest good, and they choose in the alignment with their goal and their vision. So this is a person that says, you know, well, this is what I want to create. And so no matter what choice I make, is that choice going to get me closer or further away from my goal? That's the Emperor's energy, okay, with the Father. It reminds me actually of like an Elon Musk quote, or someone who was talking about Elon Musk. But they were talking about, you know, no matter what choice he makes, as he asks himself before he makes the choice, is it going to get me closer or further away to Mars? Is it going to get me closer or further away to Mars? Because if it's going to get me further away from going to Mars, I'm not making the choice, because that's the ultimate goal, right? That's where the determination is aligned, right? The willpower within the self. So the Father or the Emperor energy, especially in this Hierophant vibration, is about being in alignment with the goal, which is how you essentially override ancestral karma. Because typically our parents had dreams, had goals, and kind of gave up on them along the way. And we learned that giving up on your dreams and just getting through life the best you can is what's acceptable. So this Gemini in energy, right, is allowing the self to say, I have a goal, and the choices that I make in the reality are not going to get me further away from my goal and in alignment with ancestral karma, but rather defensively protect me so that I can win the war, right, by making choices that get me closer to my goal. If it's not going to get me closer to my goal, then I don't want to do it. If your goal is to be in peace, to have a peaceful state of mind in a peaceful environment, okay, well, if I deal with this person, are they going to disrupt my peace or not? If I answer this phone call right now, are they going to disturb my peace or not? What are the odds? If I get into a living situation with this person, are they going to disturb my peace or not? Because the goal is peace no matter what. That's the highest goal. That's what you've decided, right? That you want to manifest peace. So all choices are in alignment with peace. If it's going to take your peace away or get you further away from peace, you're not choosing it, right? It's that kind of vibration. The King of Water is, I mean, you can see the sea dragons on the card, which is kind of cool because, you know, the sea dragons and seahorses in general, like they'll hold on to different seaweeds or kelps or things like that and kind of catch food as it passes by. They don't go hunting so much as they let their food come to them. And it's very Piscean, very watery energy. It's very receptive, right? So it's like, I shouldn't have to go out and hunt for things that nourish me. What nourishes me will come to me. If I'm just patient and I wait, what nourishes me will come to me. It's about this balance between will and drive and receptivity, where the masculine energy within the self, the shot caller, action-oriented aspect of the self, is choosing to just simply be patient and receive, instead of stressing the self out and going after something or looking for something or hunting for something that they may never find, right? It's a big waste of energy. They'll acknowledge the fact that they are in high alignment, and that whatever is meant to come in alignment with that will continue to come in alignment with that, because their energy vibrates and sends a signal out to the universe. This is what I want to manifest. So if they're constantly choosing peace, more things that bring them peace end up just coming along without them having to go look for it. It's that energy. It's that energy. And so it's like, okay, maybe some choices need to be made, and the acceptance of what comes, especially pertaining to action, because sometimes what you receive is inner guidance, right? We're talking about King of Water energy. It's very intuitive. So what you might receive as the Father energy might very well be guidance on the inner to take certain action, right? Because the Father is all about being action oriented. It's Emperor energy. It's all about action. It's doing as you're guided. It's doing as you're guided. Gemini and energy, doing as you're guided, knowing that when you do as you're guided and only as you're guided, you will manifest everything in alignment with your desire. Everything. So here we get the Tower, the Star, and the King of Fire. This is the ultimate do as I desire energy, right? This is in alignment with what you desire. The Fire is the suit of spirit, and the King is the manifesting energy, and he's holding this heart here, right? Or it's hovering above his hands. His heart's there. And he has this angelic vision because the max is transparent, but it's wings, like angel wings, over his eyes. And there's this opening of the third eye going on. Okay, so Gemini and energy, understand there is an opening of the third eye going on. We have multiple halos, right? Multiple halos that look like sunshines. And we have the Tower. So the Tower being Mars energy, with the Star, which is Saturnian energy, which is interesting because right now Mars and Saturn are kind of in a square, okay? They're kind of in a square. And the King of Fire is, well, Sagittarian energy, okay? It's technically Sagittarian energy, which is about long-term vision. So there might be certain things in the reality right now that need to be done. Mars energy, it needs to be done, especially because it's in Taurus. Certain things that need to be acted upon that are in alignment with the highest good healing, but because it's a square, it's a challenging and or it's uncomfortable. It's challenging and or it's uncomfortable, right? You don't actually want to experience the challenge or the comfort, but the discomfort, but it has to be done. The challenge has to be overridden, and the discomfort needs to be initially felt because there's a detaching of certain things in the reality that are realigning you with a new reality, right? That are realigning you with a higher, more long-term goal that you've got your sights set on, right? So Gemini and energy, whatever the goal is this closer or further away, right? Is doing this getting me closer to my goal or further away from my goal? Closer to my goal or further away from my goal? If you don't know the actual answer, it's about doing as you're guided. I don't know. Does it feel right or doesn't it? Does it feel aligned and I'm just nervous? Or is there a sense of dread, like don't fucking do it because it's not aligned, right? What is going on? And it's not, it's knowing the difference between fear, which can be overridden, and dread, which is misalignment. And sometimes the action is correct, but the alignment is off, which means the perspective in the self is off. That's why you feel dread, because if you were to take that action in the alignment or perspective or belief system that you're in, you would ruin it. So something needs to shift before you take that action, right? There are certain things that need to be understood with the workings of the inner energy, which is why the healing is taking place. All right, the healing is taking place for a reason. Gemini and energy, whatever house Gemini rules for you, it is going on right there. Something's getting shaken up. And it's for the purpose of healing, because you're being put in an alignment to go after what you desire, the ultimate desire. That everything else that you would want in life falls underneath the umbrella of that top desire, okay? Like you could want a family, you can want children, you can want a home, you can want a nice car, you can want all of these things, but it's all under the umbrella of I want to be happy. I want to be stable, right? I want to be happy and stable. So if that's the umbrella of all the other desires, is it going to get me closer to happiness and stability or further away from it? Making this choice. Okay, I don't know. Do I feel like it's in alignment to make the choice? Do I feel like it's in misalignment? Is it just a fear or a nervousness that I can override? Or is it fucking dread? Like danger, dread, don't do it. Something's holding you back from doing it, right? Which is either not now or not that choice. Because if it's not a fuck yeah, it's a fuck no, not now, right? So Gemini, know that there is a lot of major healing going on. There's a lot of major healing going on. And it's to get you in alignment with choosing and doing as you're guided. In the pursuit and purpose of achieving your highest goal. Okay? Your goal above all other goals. Know that you're probably going through some big shifts right now. All right? And Saturn in Aquarius is retrograding, which is a lot of inner shifts, a lot of inner perspective changes, while Mars is direct, so the outer experience, it's not about doing things for the self, it's doing things in the outer, okay? So there's inner shifts going on that are pulling you to change what you're doing or where you are in the outer experience. There's a shift, right, that is going on in the inner and manifesting in the outer, and it's not necessarily comfortable, but it's absolutely necessary if you're going to receive what you always wanted to receive. So that's Gemini and energy. Whatever house Gemini rules. Okay. Getting into Cancer. Cancer and Cancerian energy, whatever house Cancer rules in your chart. The different planets and placements going on in there. Understand that there's Hades, Kronos, and Lilith going on in Cancer right now. Lilith is currently retrograding, which is all about self-discovery versus self-abandonment, right? Seeing how we are toxic to our own emotional board, right? Because Cancer, right? It's in Cancer. It's how we create our own negative feelings by maybe and potentially being really stubborn and loving or nurturing others to our own detriment. Okay. Because Kronos and Hades is all about transforming the controlling power aspect of the self, that wanting in Cancer to be needed, that wanting in Cancer to be essential, that desire to love people into their best versions, which ultimately abandons the self, right? So getting into our self-discovery, how we can love ourselves better and therefore actually love the people in our reality better by allowing them the opportunity to take the reins in their own healing and choose it for themselves, as opposed to being kind of love smothered into it, right? There's other ways to love people unconditionally. There's other ways to love people in the highest, and sometimes it's letting them go. Sometimes it's letting them go. It is doing your best to love them and then letting them go. Because it's not your job to heal them, it's your job to heal you, right? And this is the self-discovery going on in the Cancerian energy with the retrograde. Hades and Kronos are going to be in there for a while. This is really a period of time where we're learning how to transform the way we control things by essentially surrendering, right? By essentially surrendering. Taking our hands off the wheel, which is difficult when Kronos is direct, which it is right now. When it's in retrograde motion, it's a little easier to surrender, but it doesn't mean that you can't choose consciously to surrender and just let people figure it out, right? It's not your job to love them into their best version. It's your job to love you into your best version so that that energy ripples for them, right? It's about understanding your own ripple. So, Cancer, Cancerian energy, whatever house Cancer rules for you. If you're like me and you have intercepted houses, then Cancer rules 2 houses, because Cancer rules my 1st and 2nd house. What is the guidance energy, please? Spirit for Cancer. The 6 of water. The 6 of water. This is a sacred soulmate energy, unicorn energy, vibration. It is acknowledging that you, in fact, are this energy. And that when you yourself are this energy, you receive it in return. Unicorn vibrations, people in highest alignment. It's kind of what I was just talking about, right? When you find your own inner best alignment, loving the self, loving in compassion, right? And compassion for the self, that you also ripple that energy for others. And you can see what the different, you know, aspects that are glowing around her. She's got light shimmering, magic shimmering on her heart chakra and on her 3rd eye chakra. Okay. As she's offering this token of love and gratitude. So the 6 of water. What is the insight or clarifying energies, please, Spirit? For Cancer and Cancerian energy. The Hanged Man, the 9 of water, and the 8 of earth. Yeah, so the Hanged Man is all about the shift in perspective, right? It's about seeing things differently. Maybe loving them into their best version and smothering them or guiding them or talking them in fucking circles is not the way, right? It's like loving someone and so you're constantly giving them lectures. Well, you know, you should do this and you should do that. And if you did this and if you did that, and when you do this and when you do that, and then this will happen and then that'll happen and then everything is great. You know, it's like you're constantly advising this person on what to do, but they're not guided in that direction or they'd be doing it. It's like talking and talking and talking to someone until you're blue in the face. Literally, like blue in the face. You're talking to someone until they're blue in the face and it's not, they're not doing it. Your best advice and guidance is falling on deaf ears, right? You're trying to love them into a better version of themselves and talking to them until you're blue in the face and it's just not registering. So you have to be able to see things from a different perspective and say, okay, maybe I'm not their fucking savior. Or maybe I am, just not in the way I thought. Maybe me letting them go and do it on their own and letting them, fly on their own is the way to go. The mother bird doesn't pick up the baby bird and say, okay, let's go. And she grabs, the back of the baby bird with her talons, grabs the baby bird and says, let's fly. And the baby bird's like, I can't fly. Your talons are holding my back. My wings can't function right. It's best to kind of just let the bird push them out the nest kind of thing. And they might fumble on the way down, but they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. The baby birds will never learn how to fly if mother bird is clawing in and getting them to see, this is how you fly. This is how you fly. And baby bird's like, I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what to do. Like, you're literally smothering my ability to fly. So, maybe you just got to let them fall out of the nest on their own. Let them fucking fly. Stop telling them how to fly and showing them how to fly and just let them fucking fly. Exit stage left and let them fucking fly on their own. Cancerian energy. Whatever house Cancer rules for you in your chart. Maybe stop leaning on other people to guide you, leaning on other people to show you. Like, just fucking flap your wings and give it a shot. Yeah, you might fumble around a little bit and you might feel and look a little stupid, but that's fine because eventually you're going to fucking fly, you're going to soar, you're going to be really fucking good at it. It's fine. Allow yourself to see from a different perspective. You don't need anybody else's energy. You don't need to be an energetic crutch, and you don't need someone else to be your energetic crutch. That mother bird should be going off and finding food for all of the children, right? All of her baby birds. But instead of, finding food and nourishing energy for her baby bird, she's just smothering this one focused, energy and not getting anything done. Like, she doesn't actually, metaphorically speaking, the mother bird does not need to be there fucking forcing or making another bird fly. She needs to be going out and doing what mother birds do, and that's finding food and nourishment for her young. Until they're capable of fucking flying and finding it on their own. She still has shit to do. She's busy. Acknowledge when you are in mother bird position, focusing way too much on one thing that you're trying to show the way or lecture into the way. And when you're in that baby bird position and you're constantly taking lectures from someone, but you're not actually applying anything. You're not actually doing it. A great example would be like working at a job. And I'll use this example because it happened when at a company I used to work for. It was sales oriented, right? And the sales team didn't want to actually go out there and do the hard work. They didn't want to actually go out there and do what they were told to do. They didn't want to go knock door to door. They didn't want to get back and make phone calls. They didn't want to do anything that they were supposed to do. So instead, they'd slack off, and then the sales manager of the team would pull them into the office and lecture them on how to better their numbers, how to better their outcomes, right? How to better their results, how to increase their earnings by making these sales. And he would waste an hour. The manager would waste an hour talking to these people about how to up their numbers and how to do it right. And he would be feeding them a sale here and feeding them a sale there to kind of encourage them. And that's not the way it's done. Like, you gave them a lecture once, you told them how to do it once, that's sufficient enough. They went through proper training. If they're not doing their fucking job, they know they're not doing their job, they know they're not doing it right. Let them get 0 sales, let them get written up, let them lose their fucking job. I'm sorry, you can't just milk off someone else's energy and get by and have them feel bad for you and throw you a bone that you didn't fucking earn. Can't do it. You can't milk off of mama bird forever. Eventually, you got to learn how to fucking fly and find your own food. Mama bird ain't nurturing no grown-ass fucking eagle. You know what I mean? All of the grown-ass eagles aren't hanging out in the nest while mother eagle is out there flying around finding food for everybody. Like, nah, bitch, you're grown. Fly. Fly. I got to worry about food for me. Like, you're big enough to go and find food for yourself. It's that kind of metaphor. Nine of Water is about a wish being granted. That's a wish being granted when the effort's made. The violin. Think about the synchronicities about the violin. Someone's complaining, I don't have enough of this. I don't have enough of that. I don't know what to do. Oh, and they're playing that violin. You look at them and be like, yes, you do know what to do. Now go do it. I gotta go. I got other things to do. I love you. You got this. Go figure it out. Well, what do you mean? You're not going to talk to me on the phone for a couple hours? You're not going to take time out of your day to come and visit me so that I'm distracted and don't actually do what I'm supposed to be doing because you're here keeping me from it? Tell them to put their fucking violin away. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and go do what you need to do so that you're not sitting there feeling sorry for yourself. Light bulb. Ding. Go do what you're fucking supposed to do. I'm not going to do it for you. It's not my fucking job. This is the energy of Cancer and whatever Cancer's house is right now. It's not my fucking job. It's not my fucking job to do it for you. Whatever planetary placements, bodies, planar energies are in your chart. If you're watching Cancer, there's a reason why. It is not your fucking job to hold their hand. Nor is it your job to hold somebody else's hand. Here, help me, guide me, give me great advice, inspire me, do it for me. Let me waste my time wasting your time instead of just doing what the fuck I'm meant to be doing. Because otherwise, Cancer, you're going to be playing that violin. I don't know what to do. My life isn't the way I want it to be. Help me, talk to me, guide me, inspire me so I can do nothing with it. Put your fucking violin away. Put your fucking violin away. Just fucking do it. Just fucking do it. If you're already doing it, then you're playing a different tune in alignment with wish fulfillment. Then if you're already doing it and you're not leaning on anybody else as a crutch and nobody is leaning on you as a crutch and you're not wasting your own fucking time, then you're in alignment. It's great. You're seeing the different perspective and it's fucking great. You are literally manifesting from a different tune. Awesome. Because that's what alignment would look like. Focusing on your own eternally grateful reality. And that's what you're creating. Be the fucking unicorn. Manifest experiences with unicorns. Unicorns are fucking magical, mythical, legendary creatures. And a lot of times, oftentimes, they journey alone until they find their fucking unicorn, their partner. They're like penguins. Focus on your energy, your magic, what you need to do. Because when you are in alignment with what you need to do, then you're offering your best self forward. Otherwise, you're just a fucking energy burden. You're either an energy burden or you're dealing with other energetic burdens. And that's the truth. When you're not bringing your best self forward, you're an energetic burden. And everybody else in your life around you is an energetic burden. Push them out the fucking nest. Let them fucking fly. Figure it out. Likewise, someone is constantly smothering you and teaching you how to do it and telling you how to do it and wasting your fucking time and distracting you from actually doing it. Tell them, like, no, I'm busy today. I'm doing some things to help better my circumstance. I don't need you to mother bird me anymore. I'm gonna fly on my own. Fucking do it. Find your fucking balls, you know? Find your fucking balls. That's Cancer. That's Cancer. Cancerian energy. As we get into Leo. All right. Leo, we have Vulcanus, Venus, Ceres, the Sun, and Vulcan in the sign right now. Vulcan is retrograding. All the others are direct. Vulcan's retrograding at the 29th degree for that matter. It is a divine hammer coming down on the self. It is now or never. Now or never. Vulcanus is about being your own forge, being your own protective, fortified energy, right? But being capable of creating magic in your own space. Venus, obviously, love energy, the beauty of life energy, gratitude energy. Ceres is the broken heart chakra. Okay, and that's not far off from Venus. They're about 5 degrees apart right now. Ceres is like Demeter, right? Persephone's mother. It's the broken heart chakra that goes through seasons of great creative energy and fucking frozen solid stagnation. So it's kind of like manic depression in a planet. Okay? Or seasonal energies, right? It's great periods of manifesting creative juice and then feeling completely frozen over and needing to recharge for the next creative cycle. Being brokenhearted when you don't have everything you want to have in your life. It's that longing, it's that paralyzing, missing someone else feeling, right? I can't do anything without this person. That's in Leo right now. The sun is in Leo, so there's different things going on. There's challenges to pride, there's challenges to ego, and a need to really stand up, and your courage and vulnerability to let your heart space be really, really big, not just for others, but yourself. And Vulcan is that. It's now or never type energy, right? It's all going on in Leo's house right now. So Leo energy, whatever house Leo rules for you. Keep in mind what is ever going on in the house in which Leo rules for you. All right, Spirit, what is the overall energy for Leo? We got the 7 of air. We got the 7 of air. Okay. Insight, please. Insight clarities, please, Spirit. For Leo. More, please. Okay, Leo. Seven of Air. Okay. This card, the person is cloaked in black with angel wings. The eyes are rolled up into the back of the head, and the third eye is open. They are holding a talisman and a book with the sword or dagger of truth around their neck. Okay. This energy is Geminian, which doesn't surprise me too much because Admetos is sextiling on Vulcanus and Venus. And then you have Pallas kind of sextiling on the sun. So there's definitely some Geminian energy that is trying to assist you. And Geminian energy is all about the reality, face value, the reality. So in order to heal the different things going on inside the house ruled by Leo for you. One, how are you fortifying yourself in ways that were taught to you by people that loved you and or hurt you as well? Right? Like, let's just say your parents claim to love you, but they also hurt you and you feel abandoned by them in some which way, shape, or form, right? Either they are not in your life altogether, or you feel betrayed by them in some way. You're left longing for something, and it's because you did something that your parents before you did from a wounded place. You weren't paying attention, right? You weren't present and paying attention, which is essentially how Persephone got fucking snatched up to begin with. Pallas trining on the sun is an sextiling on the sun is an acknowledgement that there are certain things that you could do to finish the war. Right, you may have not started this war. It might have started in your childhood with ancestral wounds, childhood wounds, but that you can, in fact, be vulnerable and put your pride aside and really choose your light. Okay. Because the symbolism with this card, the eyes being rolled up back into the head, you're not looking at the reality the way the reality is meant to be looked at. You're looking at it from an internal place only, which means you're only seeing things from your perspective and negating the other people in your reality's perspective. In your mind, you're innocent. You've got wings. You're innocent. In your mind, in your perspective, you did nothing wrong. You did the best you could. But the reality is you're being viewed as a dark figure. You're not seeing from their perspective. You're not actually putting yourself in their shoes as an individual who was witnessing you and experiencing you after all that they have been through in their life. You're not seeing things from their perspective. You're seeing things from your perspective and your perspective alone. An example. Well, I did everything for this person. I put a roof over this person's head when they didn't have one. I let this person use my car when they didn't have one. You know, I gave this person family when they didn't have one. You know, but then on the other side of things, maybe that person didn't need a family or didn't want one or ask for one. Maybe that person was 100% okay with walking wherever they had to go. Maybe they had a bike. Maybe they didn't need wheels. Maybe if they needed something, they would just call an Uber or Instacart some shit. Like, maybe they didn't need the roof over their head. Maybe they were happy with wherever they were and whatever they were doing before. So all these things, I did this for them, I did this for them, I did this for them, I gave this to them, but they didn't really ask you for those things or need those things. Maybe what this person really wanted was someone to be nice to them, was someone to love them and encourage them or support them. Maybe what they needed was someone, you know, to help them out and believe in their business if they were trying to start a business. Maybe they needed someone to accept or understand that they have certain wounds. Like, let's just say, well, you're an alcoholic and you're saying, well, there's nothing, I did nothing wrong. It's okay and it's acceptable, right? Ancestral karma, it's acceptable to drink. Everybody drinks. But maybe this person had serious wounds with alcoholism, you know what I mean? And it's like, you're not seeing from their perspective. Maybe you convinced them that your drinking was fine and you're a functional alcoholic, but they really didn't fucking like it. Like, see from their perspective. And they're dealing with someone who is trying to take credit for all of these positive changes in their life, but nothing they're wanting is actually coming to be. You're not actually giving them what they want. It's like someone saying, well, what do you want for Christmas? And actually asking you, what do you want for Christmas? And the person says, well, I want jewelry. I've never had anybody who loves me and cared about me and bought me jewelry. I'd really like a nice piece of jewelry. And you buy them fucking slippers or a piece of junk jewelry that falls apart or something. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not what they wanted. It's not what they wanted, you know? And it's like, well, I did this, I bought them a gift, I thought of them, and they're like, yeah, but you're not thinking of me in the ways that I'm asking you to think of me. You're thinking of me in ways, in ways that you want to be thought of. And it's not the same. The Seven of Swords is the Seven of Air, is about robbing yourself or thieving energy. The truth is around your neck like a key. And you have this talisman that looks like prayer beads, and there's a crystal and feathers on it. It's like a dream catcher prayer kind of symbol, right? We have the rosary beads with the crystal and the feathers. It's definitely some dream catcher prayer energy. And the book, right, the Akashic book or the story being written is in his hands, but it's fucking closed. They're not reading the story. They're trying to create their own story in their mind. Well, their story in their mind says, well, I did everything I could. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything that's not acceptable. Even if I'm doing exactly what my fucking parents did and that caused them pain and I'm doing it too, which is essentially not acceptable in energetic spirit, right? It's not acceptable to repeat ancestral karma that doesn't fucking feel good. Just because your father was an alcoholic and cheated on your mother doesn't mean it's acceptable. It doesn't mean that you can go out and be a fucking alcoholic and a cheater, right? Doesn't mean you can do the same thing. Maybe your mother was abusive. Maybe your mother was a narcissist. Maybe the mother was constantly putting your fucking father down and you ended up being a narcissistic female who puts down your fucking partner no matter what they do. It's not acceptable. If it caused pain in your parents' reality, chances are it's causing pain in yours. You can't do the same thing they did just because they did it. It's not acceptable because they did it. It's unacceptable because it caused them pain. And you're doing it too. And it's causing you pain, which is unacceptable. You can't repeat it. It's unacceptable to repeat it. The Seven of Air is about understanding how you are robbing yourself by seeing things only from your perspective and not putting yourself in someone else's shoes. That's what this energy is. This is Leo. Leo's energy. It is not okay. It is not okay. Acknowledge how you are fortifying yourself against someone you love because of fears of loss. Acknowledge how you are fortifying or protecting yourself against someone you love due to fear of loss. And how that pertains to the house in which Leo rules for you. Because now there is a need to override pride, to override ego that wants to be the victim and finger point and blame and not change, right? Arrogance, spiritual arrogance. when the hammer's coming down on you and it's like it's now or never. It's now or never. Vulcan retrograde, 29th degree, moving back towards the sun. It's now or never. We've got the Hierophant here with the Queen of Earth in reverse and the Hermit. These are the clarifying energies. There's that Taurian energy with the Hierophant. That is really challenging these energies. Like Mars and Taurus is in challenging the sun and Vulcan. The reality has to shift. Uranus and North Node are still within orb of the sun. This is a shakeup of destiny, right? And Vulcan's reversing back towards those alignments, retrograding back into those squares. That challenging energy. The Hierophant in this deck looks a lot like the Magician, doesn't it? The table with all of the elements present. You're a true angel, right? Not just thinking that you are, but a true angel to yourself and your reality in the light. When you start manifesting, right? Magician symbolism. When you start manifesting what it is you really want. And sometimes you have to be and get in touch with your moon sign, your healing energy, right? Your Aquarian energy, which is the opposition of Leo. Because if you look, there's the star here. There's the star here. And Aquarius is your polar sign. It's your sister sign. When you are out of alignment, Aquarian energy pulls you back into alignment. It pulls you back into balance. If your Leo energy is burning out of control, then you need to call in and hone in on your Aquarian energy to balance. To balance. You might be saying, well, I gave so much, right? Leo energy, I gave so much. They hurt me. All that I was giving, how could they? When Aquarian energy is like, yeah, but see from the higher perspective, see the whole picture. It's not just about seeing the road in front of you. It's about seeing the higher perspective, like an eagle-eye view, and saying, okay, and this is what was around that bend, and this bend, and this bend, and that's where the destination is. Like, it sees the whole picture. It sees the wider view. Leo will see the immediate view and how they feel about the immediate reality, but Saturn in Aquarius right now is like, look at the higher perspective, because that's what's the divine order to do. Saturn in Aquarius right now, this is divine order. You have to see things from the higher perspective, or it's gonna hurt. Like Vulcan is gonna hurt. Ceres is gonna hurt. That hurts. Especially with these challenges, those aspects can be painful. When you're not in alignment, they could be painful. You really have to be able to fly above yourself and put yourself in the shoes of another person. Did you truly invest in them the way they want to be invested in, or did you just completely invest the way you thought you needed to invest in them? Well, this is what I thought they needed, so that's how I invested. I invested in what I thought they needed instead of listening to them and hearing what they were saying. Like, I don't need those things like you think. I need these things that you're not seeing. Right? Hierophant is about marrying the truth. Capital T truth. Not your individual perspective's truth, lowercase t truth. It's my truth, it's my truth, it's my truth. Anybody's individual truth is a perspective, belief system, opinion. It's an opinion. It's a lowercase t truth. It's your truth. It is not the greater, highest truth. Capital T truth. This is about marrying the fucking truth. The real truth. Beyond just your individual truth. Leo energy. Queen of Earth in the reverse is not manifesting what you want. The Queen of Earth is the ultimate receiver of the reality, where things are beautiful in alignment. Like if you want your dream home, the Queen of Earth energy manifests that when you're in alignment. This is about being in such misalignment that you're not receiving the reality that you want. This is an energetic misalignment, which means you got to go within, hermit mode. You got to go within. It's hermit mode. Mercurial energy is in Virgo right now. Trans-Pluto's in Virgo right now. Trans-Pluto is sextiling on Volcanus. Trans-Pluto is the unconscious mind. It's past lives and understanding how you're repeating certain things in this life unconsciously. Because you're still learning the same lessons that you didn't learn before. This has to do with love and fortifying the self. That's where the semi-sextile is. With Trans-Pluto, it's semi-sextiling on Volcanus and Venus. You didn't learn these lessons from last life. Fortifying and protecting yourself in love. You didn't learn it. That's why you're relearning it in this life. Mercury is challenging the same energy. It's challenging Volcanus and Venus, which means you really mind, right? Mercury, mind, have to think differently and communicate differently. Mercury is a communicator. And it's at home, it's exalted, or dignified in fucking Virgo. It's in its home sign. No different than the sun in Leo. Dignified there. It's in its power. The mind is trying to help the heart space understand. This is not about you. Venus and Leo will say, no, it's all about me. It's all about me. Mercury's like, no, the fuck it ain't. No, the fuck it ain't. It ain't all about you. It ain't all about what you did and what you give and how you love and blah, 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 blah. Like, it's about the perspective of other people. You're going to have to do some soul searching. It's not all about you. It's about other people. You got to open the door. If the door is shut, the keys are there. Open it. You're not locked out of the door. The keys are right there. Even if there's multiple locks on the door, even if there's multiple locks, there's multiple keys present for you. Just open it. Open the door. Take the key you're being given and open the door. If one key doesn't work, try a different key. So you open the door. Unlock yourself. Because loving another how you think they need to be loved is selfish. Ultimately, that's a savior complex. When maybe the person didn't need your saving. Maybe they didn't want to be saved. Maybe they wanted to be your equal. Maybe being your equal is what would have saved them. Not your idea of what would have saved them. Maybe considering them an equal would have saved them. Right? Perspective shift. Maybe they didn't need you to be their savior. Maybe they needed you to treat them like an equal. And that, in and of itself, would have saved them. Open your eyes to the world around you. Take your eyes out at the back of your head, right? Rolled eyes in the back of the head. Look forward. Look at the reality around you. See from the eyes of another. It's not all about you, Leo. Leo energy. Whatever house Leo rules for you. Apply this message. All right. That's Leo energy. Getting into Virgo. Getting into Virgo. Virgoian energy. Right, we were talking about Trans-Pluto and Mercury being there. Both of them are direct right now. Mercury is actually in trine with North Node and Uranus, helping people understand their ability to transform, right, and get out of toxic, addictive, toxic behavior cycles or toxic, addictive behavior patterns, right? It's actually in alignment with Uranus right now in Destiny's direction with the North Node. So what is going on with Virgo's energy? It's definitely working on shifting people's tunes, right? So whatever house Virgo rules for you, take note of what placements are in there. We got card number 0, choice. Choice. The triple face on the tree is very symbolic of Hecate, goddess Hecate, goddess Hecate, tomato energy, right? Goddess Hecate is the goddess of goddesses. She is the goddess of the crossroads. Her symbolism is all over this card. The torch, the serpent, the fruit, all of it. The dagger. This is the choice. And it's a reminder that there is always a third choice. It is never this or that. There is always a third choice. What's the insight, clarity, please, Spirit, for Virgo? Like a great example would be like Adam and Lilith and Eve, right? Lilith got pissed and stormed off after fighting with Adam, left paradise, right? Left. And so Adam created Eve, okay? Pulled his rib out and created Eve. And Eve wasn't really working out after she ate the fruit, you know what I mean? And Eve in the story went to Adam and told him what she did and asked Adam to side with her, you know, to back her up and say, it's unfair, you know, it's unfair to have this knowledge present and not be able to eat it and have the knowledge within, right? It's unfair that the knowledge is out there and not in. She asked Adam to back her up. And so Adam did. He backed her up, said, yeah, she ate the fruit because it's not fair. He ate the apple with her so that she wouldn't be eating it alone. She goes, I ate the apple. I need you to eat it with me so that I don't get reprimanded or punished on my own. So Adam ate the apple too. This is a part of the story that a lot of people are not aware of. Adam also ate the apple. That was the choice he made. Maybe Eve was not in alignment. She was easily corrupted by the serpent. Adam had no desire to eat that apple, that fruit off the tree. Adam had no desire to break that law. That was the rule, the universal spirit rule. Don't eat from the tree. Eve ate from the tree and broke the rule. Maybe Eve was not in alignment. So Adam had a choice. Do I eat the apple too? Or do I suffer here alone? The third choice would have been, do I let Eve just take the rap for her own actions and resolve things with Lilith, who I really love anyway? He wasn't looking at the third option. He was looking at, well, it's either this or that, because he ruled out Lilith and reconciliation as an option. There's always a third option. It's not either stick with this and settle with this and take the repercussions of this or be alone. Sometimes reconciliation with what you really want is also an option. People forget the third option. Adam didn't have a choice between A or B, alone or Eve. It could have also been reconciled with Lilith. Because Lilith wasn't banned from paradise. She opted out and chose to leave and never come back. Because Adam was there. And they were fighting. He could have gone after Lilith. They weren't banned from paradise. They could have came back. They weren't banned. He could have went looking for her. He chose not to. Which ultimately got him banned from paradise. Lilith technically still is not banned. Per that story. She's not banned. She left of her own free will. Adam got banned because he chose Eve, and Eve's actions were unforgivable, out of alignment, so he got banned with her. Because his actions, choosing that choice, were unforgivable and out of alignment. It wasn't the highest good choice. You know what I mean? There's always a third choice. Do not think there's not a third choice. Virgo energy. There's always a third choice. Always a third choice. It is not always A or B. Sometimes it's C. And C is the best choice. You know what I mean? So, what's the insight clarity, please, for Virgo's energy? The house in which Virgo rules for you. The Ace of Air. That's that fucking truth. That Pegasus fucking unicorn energy. Talking about Adam and Eve, right? That fucking fruit. We got the Ace of Air. We got the fucking forbidden fruit, temptation with the devil. With the Four of Air. The temptation is to stagnate in the mind. The Four of Air is rest or retreat, but paired with the Devil card, it is to a detriment. It is an unwillingness to bend the mind. I can't handle it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. Well, that's what Adam was doing when he was, I don't want to think about Lilith. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. I'm going to commit myself to Eve. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm going to eat the apple so that I don't have to think about it. The temptation to not think about it. I don't want to think about it. Virgo. I don't want to think about it. Your heart knows the fucking truth, though. Queen of Air. Feminine heart space. Air. Your heart knows the truth, and your mind, you can't not think about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. I want to keep going and pretending like I don't have to think about it when you can't stop thinking about it. You can't stop thinking about it. Adam never stopped thinking about Lilith. He might have stopped talking about her. He might have never talked about her to Eve after, yeah, she hurt me, she left me, blah, blah, blah. Never talked about her again. Maybe you're not doing anything in your reality to acknowledge the fact that you're thinking about it, but it doesn't mean you don't think about it every fucking day. Your heart's truth, you think about it every fucking day. Every day. They're your unicorn, your Pegasus energy, your divine vehicle out of the fiery pits of fucking hell. Pegasus. Unicorn, one of a kind. Lilith energy. Lilith was a unicorn. She was a one of a kind. She was the only divine feminine that God's source creator actually created. Adam ain't fucking God. He created Eve. He didn't create Lilith. Spirit, universe, source, creator did. Lilith was one of a kind. And you can't fucking stop thinking about it. Can't stop thinking about it. Lilith energy is sextiling on Mercury right now. Literally, Lilith energy. In Cancer, retrograding Cancer. And whoever your Lilith is, if that's the case, whoever your Lilith is absolutely focusing on loving themselves and not being the smothering mama bird, but letting themselves fucking fly and letting people fucking fly and figure it out. They're not up for being or using crutches. Right, Lilith, literally what is going on? Watch Cancer's reading. That's what they're doing. Figure it out, right? Figure it out. This is the choice Virgo energy is being presented with. Do you choose feeling sorry for yourself and being alone, which is stagnation? Do you choose moving forward with a bad idea? Something of your own egoic making instead of something that is soul created but egoically created? Like I said, source, creator, the ultimate higher soul, like, didn't fucking create Eve. Adam did. The egoic masculine mind created Eve. The source creator created Lilith. You know what I mean? Like, what do you want? Do you want higher creation or egoic creation? Do you want high aligned manifestation or do you want low vibe manifestation? What do you want? You could stagnate. You could stagnate. If you want to stagnate, that's an option. Because those are essentially the three choices. Do you want to go low? You want to manifest low and go low? Do you want to stagnate? Nothing changes and there's no losses, but there's no wins either. It's just stagnation. That's drudgery of spiritual, like, routine. It's drudgery. It's stagnating. Or do you want high manifestation, high alignment? You got three choices. Don't forget the high alignment being a choice. Don't forget high alignment being a choice. Because had Adam reconciled with Lilith in the divine mirror of things, that's him reconciling with himself. Him reconciling with himself. Maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he was not treating Lilith like an equal. Maybe he was treating like he was superior, you know, because he came first. He's the man, whatever. I'm above you. Choices. Stop fucking lying to yourself. Straight up. Virgo. Virgo energy, whatever house that rules for you, stop lying to yourself. You know your heart's truth. You can't stop fucking thinking about it. That you're choosing realities that you're like, I don't want to think about it, I don't want to think about it, I'm going to choose this if I'm not thinking about it. Like, fucking put the brakes on. Put the brakes on. You might want to go reconcile with yourself. Reconcile with your equal. Reconcile with your own inner balance and harmony in your outer. You might want to step up, right? Virgo. All right. Getting into Libra. Getting into Libra. Spirit, please. You know what? Let's hold that for 1 second. Let's hold that for 1 second. I'm going to do a quick intermission. I'm going to go grab a beverage. 5-minute intermission. All right. That stand? Yeah. Be right back, guys. 5 minutes. Alrighty. So, got myself a water and a bang and came across a fortune cookie. So we are going to do fortunes. Fortune, advice, guidance, whatever, in divine time. And that will be at 11331. Okay, that is technically 1:53, 33, 1 hour 53 minutes. Fortune cookie timestamp. random fortune cookie fucking timestamps. This is why you guys love me. Come across a fucking fortune cookie on intermission. It says, ooh, a new voyage will fill your life with untold memories. Something new, right? New journey, new action, new. It's a voyage. will create new memories for you. So, you know, a big theme has been letting go of this ancestral cycle and creating memories that we already have, right? Reliving old feelings and reliving old experiences, right? Karmic repeat. When we go on this new voyage, we will fill our life with untold memories. For those of you who would love the lucky numbers on the back, they are 5, 10, 17, 54, 49, and 23. I don't know if the camera will pick them up, but that's it. 5, 10, 17, 54, 49, and 23. That is your fortune and divine time. Okay. All right. Water. So now, getting into Libra's energy. 155. All right. Interesting. Here we go. Spirit, please. What is going on with Libra? Libran energies, the house in which Libra rules for you. Right now, astrologically speaking, Zeus is in Libra. Just Zeus. And it's trining on Saturn. They're both at 21 degrees of the signs they're in, respectively. And they're technically, I guess, also trining on Pallas, which makes it a nice three-way trine between Pallas, Zeus, and Saturn. Considering Saturn is typically tied to Kronos, Kronos being Zeus's father, who tried to end his life essentially before it really began by eating all of his siblings, right? Kronos is the one that ate all of his children. Zeus was the sole survivor. It's almost like not doing to Pallas Athena what Kronos did to him, right? Zeus energy. What is the overall energy for Libra? Libran energy, the house in which Libra rules for you. The different planetary placements, planar alignments you have going on in there. Card 18 and 8 of fire. Card 18 in this deck is thought. Libra. Taurus also got this card. So you may want to go check out that reading in alignment with whatever house Taurus rules for you, because these energies are obviously tied together, okay? Especially because Uranus is, I guess, technically quincunxing it. It's within orb. All right. It's quincunxing it, which is a wild card key, right? Quincunxes are wild card keys that can work wildly in your favor and essentially reset the slate clean. So you might want to check out whatever is going on in your Taurian house, especially in regards to this one. So thought, card number 18. is about looking in what is essentially a seeing bowl, right? This is a seeing bowl. Seers would gaze into a bowl of water and receive visions. And so it really, what you see, right, what you see is sometimes highly dependent on the mask you're wearing or the mask that you believe is yours, right? Sometimes if you're in alignment and you're truly happy, you will see positive outcomes. If you are not in alignment, you will not see positive outcomes, and you really can't fake what it shows you. Like, you can put on a happy face and pretend, right? The happy mask. You can put on the happy face and pretend, but if you're in misalignment, then what you are seeing, because this is metaphorically the third eye, right? The mind's eye, the third eye. It's what we see in our vision. It's, you know, do we see a good outcome with the choices that we're making, or do we see struggle? Do we sense it, you know, that things are going to be hard or things are going to be lonely? Like, what are we manifesting? What are we seeing in our mind's eye? Because that's what our alignment really is. That's what our alignment really is. It doesn't really matter what face you're wearing, what mask you're wearing. Because you could put on this facade of being really sad, and that's what you think you are. You think you're really sad, but you're in alignment, and the outcome is actually beautiful, right? So it really depends on what's going on in the inner. And sometimes it's all about choice. Like, playing the victim is very different than being courageous and accepting that things in the reality change. And sometimes it hurts to let things change, but the change was necessary. There is a difference between being sad and going through a grieving process, or putting on this facade of victim, like, I'm sad, I'm sad, I'm sad, but everything is working in your life. Like, what the fuck do you have to actually be sad about? You know what I mean? So this is about what you see when the masks essentially are removed. When you're just simply gazing into your own energetic alignment and what is coming to manifest. Thought is about what is going on in the mind. The mind and the thoughts going on in your mind is the subconscious. Anything you talk about with other people is conscious. You've brought it into the reality. It's no longer inside yourself. It's your conscious awareness coming out. It's conscious. It's in the world. It is now not just within yourself. That's conscious. Thoughts, the things that we spin around inside our mind and don't talk about, those are subconscious. This is the conscious world. It is below the conscious world. It is within you, and it's not being brought into the outer. So it's subconscious, and thoughts can be conscious or subconscious. They're conscious or subconscious. You're either talking about what you're thinking or you're not. You're being honest with what you're thinking, or you're not. You're being truthful and transparent, or you're being secretive. Thoughts are both conscious and subconscious. Unconscious is a whole different level, okay? But thought, it doesn't exist in that level. Thoughts don't go into the unconscious level. Those are where memories are. Unconscious residual reaction and behavior, learned behavior, that's where our childhood wounds are, right? In the unconscious. That's what we've learned from the outer experience. It's been filed away, where we mimic things but don't understand why we mimic that way, or why we believe what we believe, right? It's unconscious. But thoughts are within the realm that we can control. We can control the thoughts that we express consciously, and we can control the thoughts spinning around in our subconscious. We can control them. If your thoughts are in control of you, then Spirit is letting you know, no, you are in control of your thoughts, and this is your chance for redemption. Okay, because the thoughts that you're expressing and the thoughts that you're letting spin around and control your own mind are essentially what is going to manifest. So now is the time for you to redeem yourself and choose what you manifest, right? This is a chance for you to redeem yourself and control your manifestation. Are you going to manifest from a victim mentality, perspective, behavioral pattern, or are you going to shift, right? Are you going to shift? Spirit is nudging you. Spirit is nudging you. Libran and Libran energies, right? The house in which Libra rules for you. Give me some insight and clarities, please. Okay. We have the Tower, Love, and the Eight of Earth, which is the Eight of Coin. Which is interesting because we have a 188 on the main cards, and then we have a 1668 on the other cards here. So synchronicities with 1s, 8s, and 6s might be significant for you to pay attention to. All right. But these cards, you may want to watch Leo's reading. All right. You may want to watch Leo's reading. Leo and Taurus, these fixed energies going on. Maybe aspecting certain things going on in your house of Libra, right? Whatever energies you have there, or the Libran house that you have in your chart. Because there's a Tower, right? And the Tower is a realigning. It's a reset of the foundation. It means you built something on a rocky foundation, a cracked foundation, and it's not going to withstand the test of time. Right? The Tower coming out in a reading acknowledges the fact that you built something that is not going to stand the test of time and that it needs to be leveled and rebuilt. So it may be a perspective, right? A thought pattern. A thought pattern that you have built your life on that cannot withstand the test of time. It will crumble, right? It will crumble. May definitely be pertaining to love, right? No surprise with Libra being a sign of partnership, right? Libra is the natural ruler of the 7th house of partnerships, of harmony and balance, okay? And this is where the feminine can relax, right? The feminine aspect of the self, the yin, the receiving aspect can relax. The heart space is at peace. It can feel at peace because the ego is also asleep. The ego, the thoughts, are not controlling the reality to where the feminine can just relax and sleep, and they can actually get along, right? Because one is not trying to control or tame or filter the other. They could just be at peace. We have these twin gate posts, right? They're essentially gate posts. They're the portal energy. The wall is surrounding, and there's these lion guardians, which in Feng Shui, when the lions or the gargoyle lions are out in front of a home, is to protect negative energy from coming in. And they're guarding the gate. Right? They're guarding the gate, and the lion and the feminine are sitting on the outside of the gate, and it's like until you two can relax, until you can relax your feelings and you can relax your thoughts, you can't pass through the gate. The gate's being protected. The portal, the gate to the light, the redemption, the light is being protected. Until you can chill. You're always going to feel stressed. You're always going to feel anxious or afraid. You're always going to feel worried when your thoughts are out of control. When they're roaring, raging, ego, blame, out of control. If they just did this, like those thoughts spin, it doesn't feel good. The feminine aspect of the self gets upset. You don't receive the reality you want to receive from those vibrations. This card is letting you know you kind of need to choose what side of the gate, what side of the fence you're on. Are you on the side of the light? Or are you on the side of spiritual timeout? Like, you know? Because this violin, what tune you're singing is what grows. What tune are you singing? Are you playing that fucking sad song? Let's bust out the violin, right? Cry me a fucking river. Or are you singing a different tune? Are you playing a different tune? You playing the same old fucking sad tune? You playing the same old sad tune? Or are you singing a different tune? Are you singing a different tune? Libra, what you have done in the past, what you have chosen in the past that created a situation or reality that came crumbling down is because you built it on a faulty foundation, a cracked foundation. That's why it crumbled. It's why it crumbled, and it's why it doesn't feel good. It's almost like this energy of wanting something so bad you lost it. Either it left you, was taken from you, became non-existent, right? It completely left your reality, your world, like whatever it was. You wanted it so bad that you built this whole tower, this whole reality on it. This thought, you built this whole reality on this thought, only for everything in the reality to crumble because that thought was unacceptable. It was unacceptable. A great example, especially because Libra is a sign of partnerships, I'll use this metaphor. Take it how it resonates for whatever house Libra rules for you. You're with a partner, or you are a partner who doesn't believe in marriage. I've been hurt, I've lost, I've been divorced, I never want to get married again. It was a terrible experience, right? The thought, marriage is horrible, marriage is painful. I lost in my divorce, right? So I'm never going to get married again. But the partner accepts, right, that this person's hurt and they don't want to get married, but I love them. And so it's okay, I don't ever have to get married. I don't ever have to marry them. As long as I'm with them, that's all that matters. As long as we're together. But then something happens to the partner, and now your life is flipped upside down, and everything is crumbling because you're just a fucking person. You're not this person's husband or wife. You have no fucking rights to their life. You have no stability if anything were to happen to them. Nothing. Your whole world crumbles. Not only are they lost to you, but your whole life, the way you've known it, like your partner didn't set you up to protect you. It is not acceptable to be husband or wife material and not be treated that way just because someone else prior was not husband or wife material and was being treated that way. Just because someone in their life was not husband or wife material, that they never want to get married again, doesn't mean that you deserve to be treated like you're not husband or wife material when you are. And vice versa, depending on what side of the partnership you were on watching this, right? As an example. Like I said, take it however it resonates for the house that Libra rules for you. You know, fourth house Libra will be like, well, the last time I invested in a home, I couldn't afford it, and I lost my home, and now I'm living in apartments. I'm just going to keep living in apartments because I'm afraid to invest in a home. I lost everything. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, but did you invest in the wrong home? Did you live in the wrong state? Were you living beyond your means? Like, why did you actually lose the home? It's not the home that's the problem. It's your choices, the thoughts. Well, I can afford it when you can't. right? House of home, 4th house. So, I mean, take it as it resonates. Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid of investing in a home? Right? 4th house, Libra. Well, the last time I invested in a home or the last time I invested in my stability, all my stability fell apart. So now I'm afraid to invest because I don't want to go through repeating, you know, losing my stability. So I'll just never have stability. If I don't have stability, I can't lose it, right? But then you're just constantly unstable, you know? So it's like you got to make a choice to be at peace in your own thoughts and decide what tune you're going to sing. What tune are you going to sing? Fifth house Libra would be like passion and purpose. Well, the last time I went after my passion, it was a struggle, or the last time I went after this. Well, maybe you went about pursuing it the wrong way. It's not that your passion or purpose wasn't in alignment, but now you're afraid to go after your passion and purpose because it didn't work out. Well, why not though? You know, if you're passionate about being an artist, great. Like, go after it. You know, be an artist. You don't have to quit all of your other fucking work or whatever you're doing and solely be an artist and be a starving artist. You can teach art. You can create art in your free time and make it a point to invest in your time, right? To invest time into your passion. You don't have to let everything else go to the wayside. Yeah, you might want to pump out a project a week or a painting a week, but maybe it takes you a few months. Are you not going to pursue your passion because it could fail? Like, maybe you've been writing a song and you're a musician. You know what I mean? Like, you figure it out. Maybe you went about it the wrong way. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means maybe the first time you went about it the wrong way because you were in misalignment. Maybe your thoughts were misaligned. The thoughts, the conversations you were having with other people, the thoughts that were spinning around in your subconscious that you were keeping a secret, like... Maybe you do beautiful art, but secretly on the inside, you're telling yourself you suck at art. You'll never be able to compare with anybody else. And so you gave up or you weren't really pursuing your passion because a part of your thoughts and the subconscious were spinning. You're not good enough. You're never going to compare to other people. And you sabotaged yourself. You know what I mean? Think about it, because you're getting a chance at redemption. Okay? You're getting a chance at redemption here. To realign your thoughts, conscious and subconscious. To realign the conversation that you're having with yourself and other people. What tune are you going to sing? That's Libra. This is major shift time. Major shift time. Zeus is a masculine energy, and Libra, which is an air sign, is a masculine energy. Like, you have to be able to do in balance with yourself. To act in alignment, to act in harmony from within the self. Your inner world, masculine and feminine, have to be at peace with each other. Be able to lean on each other, rest with each other, feel comfortable with each other. Like, you and your heart space and your mind have to agree. You have to come to an inner agreement. Not being at peace, not being at harmony, your mind and your heart being conflicted is not acceptable. You can't make choices from that. Can't make choices from that, because that ends up deciding what kind of tune you're singing. Right? Bust out that violin. What song you singing? That's Libra. Getting into Scorpio. 218. All right, Scorpio. Scorpionic energies, whatever house Scorpio rules for you, and what placements you have there. What is going on, Spirit, with Scorpionic energy in the house in which Scorpio rules for you? What is going on? Scorpionic energy in the house in which Scorpio rules for you. What is going on in that energy? Scorpio right now, we have Apollon, Poseidon, and South Node. What is going on? Apollon is like the soul song, right? Apollon is like the soul song. It's the light that your soul sings from. It's what makes your heart sing, you know what I mean? It's the soul song. Poseidon is our emotional body that can sometimes be erratic and manipulative or on their fucking high horse. And then South Node, obviously, is something that you've already learned in a past life that is not why you're here this life. It is something that is familiar, but not in alignment. It is that instant slap on the wrist from spirit when you try to do what is in your energetic comfort zone instead of growing. Okay? All right. We have double nines, 9 of water and 9 of fire. Check out that yin-yang energy. Scorpio. Nine of water, 9 of fire. Feminine and masculine energy. Really, it's like she's in the depths of the self, in the dark, unconscious realm of the self, and the light is shining down. And he's in the cosmos or the ether, right? And he's being born from a tree. He's transforming from a tree or birthing from a tree. Her third eye is open and his is lit. This is like this below the surface energy. And it's like the water that nurtures the growth of the tree. Like the tree can't actually grow or bear fruit without the water. So it's like this energy of one aspect of the self with the other aspect of the self in order to grow in their perspective place. Because the heart space is always in the unconscious realm. The masculine energy is almost always in the conscious or subconscious realm, but the feminine energy is almost always it's the subconscious to unconscious realm and can be brought into the conscious realm with actions, right? Acts of love, which includes communication because communicating is an action. So our yin energy or our feminine energy can come out in our actions, but it is very much subconscious and unconscious. We are not always aware of why we feel what we feel. We know what we feel on the inside, but we're not always sure certain where it comes from, and it's because those feelings are familiar from childhood, right? 9 of Cups is about wishes being granted. So there's certain parts of the feminine self, right? The inner receptive energy that wants the highest good vision, sees the highest good vision. This is my dream, right? The heart space within the self has a vision. This is what I want to receive. This is what I want to live. This is the experience I want to have. You know, this is my highest good vision. The masculine energy creates it. It grows it into the reality. It chooses it, right? The yang is the willpower. It's the drive. It's the shot caller, right? We have the desire, what we want to feel, and then the shot caller energy that creates it. When these two energies are in alignment, it's beautiful. When the mind is not listening to how the heart feels and it chooses things not based off of what the heart is feeling or is not feeling, like it doesn't fucking care and it's negating it, then we manifest problems. When the shot caller hears what the heart is feeling and chooses against it, you know, because it's choosing in pain and continues to choose in pain, you know what I mean? Then things manifest that aren't great. But when the masculine energy within the self, our yang energy, shot calls in alignment with how we want to feel. Not how we currently feel, but how we want to feel. Things manifest in beautiful ways. So, wish fulfillment. Coming from a place of being the key, not the victim. Because the 9 of fire is very Chiron in its energy. It's very Chiron energy. It's the wounded healer, the victim, right? Which the key is within the self. If you don't want to be a victim anymore, then you got to stop choosing it. You got to stop choosing based on what hurts and making feelings based off the fact that you're hurt and making choices based off of what you want to feel, right? If you want to feel good, then make choices based off of the idea that you want to feel good, and you're making choices in alignment with that, instead of making choices because you feel bad and you're trying to fix the fact that you feel bad. There's a difference. Insight, clarity, please, for Scorpio. Thank God my chair swivels. Shit. All right, give me one more. All right. Okay. So Scorpio. With this energy, right? Dual nines, masculine and feminine. Wanting your wish fulfilled, wanting your wish to come to the surface, which means you have to be the key, right? You have to be the deciding factor. Your energy and your alignment and your choices are the deciding factor in what it is you manifest and or don't manifest. We've got the Wheel of Fortune with the Four of Air and the Three of Water. All right. So Scorpio. The Wheel of Fortune. There's multiple energies on the Wheel of Fortune in traditional tarot. Okay. There is this Sphinx-like energy, which has a different name. Okay. It's Sumerian. Okay. And then there's the Serpent, which is the devil, and then there's Anubis. The wheel, the Fortune's wheel turns according to your alignment. There is something you are resisting to acknowledge in your thoughts with the Four of Swords. Trying to protect yourself from feeling hurt, and it's involving third-party energies with this Three of Cups. You're balancing so much. You know, it's her hands are full and she's got her tail full. She's holding so many things that she can't swim. Because if she tries to swim, she's going to drop one. At least. In order for her to swim, she's got to let something go. She can hold the two in her hand, but in order to swim and use her tail, she has to let what her tail is holding go. If she wants to hold what's in her tail and hold something else in order to swim, she's got to at least let one arm free. Holding on to too much. You're treasuring too much. Third-party energy. The house in which Scorpio rules. You're holding on to too much. And you're maybe refusing to see it. All right? Something's got to go for you to swim. Or if you want to move high speed, you let them all go. And be like, maybe there's just more valuable treasure than these 3 pearls out there. Maybe there's something even more valuable than what I'm holding on to and stagnating for. Maybe I'll let all 3 go and just high speed swim and see what I find. Maybe I'll catch the current, have a crazy experience where that experience is priceless. It's priceless. Scorpionic energy with South Node there. Understand it has a bunch of energy going on. There were sextiles and trines going on that I posted about in the Cosmic Currency on Facebook. I have yet to share it to YouTube, so I'll share them by the time this live is done on the community tab. If you don't like the outcome every time you make a choice, stop making it. Well, if I let this go, then this will change. Or if I stop this behavior, then this will change. I'll feel this. You're trapped in your mind and you don't want to think about it. You don't want to look at it. That's what I was talking about, making choices from a place of fear based on how you don't want to feel. Instead of making choices like, if you want to be happy, make a choice on what is happy. Make a choice based on what is satisfactory. For example, if someone is constantly using you every time you're with them, and you're losing money or you're losing energetic currency in some which way, shape, or form, stop hanging out with that person, right? So that you're not being used. I want to be happy and have all my needs met, which means I can't be dealing with this person because I'm not happy every time they do this or be like that or use me in this way. And I don't have what I need because I'm giving it to them. I'm giving them my money, or I'm giving them my time, or I'm giving them this, and I need my money. I need my time, right? So it's making a choice in alignment with being happy and not and having what you need, right? Making those choices. But if you're making a choice from a place of, well, I don't want to be alone, I'm afraid of being alone, I'm afraid of having no one, and you're making choices to hang out with people that use you or take from you, even though you're unhappy every time you do, you're making a choice from a place of, I'm afraid. I don't want. There's a difference. What choices are you making? Are they in alignment with a choice that's based off of good? Or are they choices based off of not so good? Are you making choices out of fear or making choices in alignment with desire? Are you making choices based out of worry or anxiety? Or are you making choices in alignment with what you really wish to have fulfilled? Because Fortune's wheel is going to turn, and there's 3 different things that can happen on that wheel. Wheel of Fortune is Jupiter energy, and Jupiter is either a blessing or a blessing in disguise. Both are blessings. They're still blessings. But one is much more enjoyable than the other. Blessings are fucking awesome. Outright just fucking blessings. They're like miracles. Blessings in disguise are fucking hard lessons to help you fucking understand how you got yourself in the position you got yourself in. Like, maybe you're constantly spending money on things you don't fucking need, or you're spending money on other people that are not filling you back up and reciprocating, who would not be there in your time of need, right? And because you're not saving up money and you're doing all these things in misalignment, maybe all of a sudden the place you're staying at becomes a place where you can't stay. And if you weren't blowing all of your money into the wrong energy, you'd have some money saved up. You can actually make a step in the right direction to getting your own place instead of being up shit's fucking creek. Blessing or blessing in disguise. Like, the blessing can be, yeah, I saved up money. Yeah, I saved up all this money by cutting out the toxic people that were draining my finances, and I stopped my toxic addictive behavior that was spending money on things I didn't fucking need all the time. Cut my addictions out, saved a bunch of money, right? Scorpio can deal with addictions. Cut my addictions out, saved a bunch of money. And now I have the money that I need in the event that something happens to take care of myself and support myself, and at the very least put down a deposit on a new place. You know? Or is it a blessing in disguise where you're constantly putting out money on people, situations, behaviors, addictions that you don't need to be investing in, only to lose your place? And the lesson is a blessing in disguise. Okay, well, you can't blow your money on things that are not fucking relevant, necessary, or in alignment, because when shit hits the fucking fan and the wheel of fortune turns, you don't get shit on. Now you know. Next time, save your fucking money. Next time, don't spend your money on the wrong people or the wrong things or the wrong addictions, the wrong behaviors. Next time, save your fucking money. Blessing in disguise. What lesson do you want to learn? What lesson do you want to learn? Whatever house Scorpio rules for you, this is the energy pertaining to that house. It is time to wake up to where you're investing in addictive or toxic behavior, people, situations, habits, instead of doing what is in alignment and transforming the outcome from a blessing in disguise lesson to a fucking thank God blessing. Thank God I did this instead. Thank God I did that instead. Thank God I kept up with this and didn't throw it to the side, no matter how hard it was, because I love it. Like your passion. Like maybe you love art. You love music, but you got to work your ass off to maintain your place. All right, that's fine. Invest an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours once a week, once a day, once a month into your art, your music. Don't let it go completely. Because maybe one of these days you'll finish a certain project that you've been working on forever and you kept that shit going and there's so much love in that piece because you wouldn't let it go for nothing, and all of a sudden someone wants to buy it off of you for like however X amount of dollars and you're like, holy shit. Or that song becomes a fucking hit on the radio and you're all and you're like all over the fucking radio waves, airwaves, all over fucking YouTube, and your shit is millions of views out of fucking nowhere. And all of a sudden you're making a fuck ton of money off of that song. You know what I mean? Like, you never know. Whatever it is, like, don't make excuses to not be in alignment. Make choices from a place of what feels good and how you want to feel. You want to feel happy. You want to feel secure. You want to feel stable. Make choices in alignment with that. Wow, that was crazy. I was hearing the static of everything in the external world for a moment, and then everything went completely fucking silent with the exception of one high-pitched ring. Allow yourself, Scorpio, to drown out all of the static. All of the static. Let your ears, your energy become... Let it be silenced, all the static, so that you just hear your inner guidance system, how your angels nudge you and communicate with you and guide you, how your spirit within yourself guides you. All the other static, all the external noise, drown it out. It doesn't fucking matter. Drown it out. Apollon in Scorpio, it's like knowing your soul's favorite tune and putting your sound canceling headphones on so that you don't hear anything else going on around you, any other vibrations from other people pulling you in a million different directions, and just jam out to your soul song. Just jam out to your soul song. Put on your fucking noise canceling headphones and just rock out to your soul song. Let it be the only thing you hear, and all the other static can go fuck off, because you're really focusing in on loving your own tune. That's your shit right there. Listen to your inner guidance system. That's Scorpio. Getting into Sag. 160 is 240. All right. Now, Sagittarian energy is interesting right now because it is technically a void house. There's nothing in it, which means it is a blank energetic slate, and or the only energy in it are the placements that you have there and how it is receiving the energetic alignment of everything else going on around it. Sagittarian energy does not have any direct influences pulling on them. Everything else is going on in the outer. Sag doesn't have any planets in there, doesn't have any planar alignments in there, doesn't have any dwarf planets or asteroids in there. It is completely empty. That's Sag. It is completely empty. It is a blank energetic slate. So Sagittarian energy, depending on the house that Sagittarius rules for you and what you have in there, the only focus is your own placements and how they're being affected by what is going on in the outer experience. But you are in complete control of your own Sagittarian energy. If you have nothing in your own personal house of Sagittarius and the alignment is empty and it's a blank slate, then this is where you get to decide what you fill that house with, whatever that house is in your birth chart, whatever it rules. You fill it yourself. Sagittarius is about the profit energy. It is the long-term goal energy. It's a, well, self-fulfilling prophet. Okay? Self-fulfilling prophet. They can see how other people's energy is manifesting what it's manifesting. But they also can decide to self-fulfill based on their own alignment, being consciously aware of it. So that it's a clean slate. It's a blank slate. You are having an opportunity to strictly either A, focus on yourself in that house and understand how other energies outside of you are affecting that energy. Or it's a truly blank slate between your birth chart and the current chart, and you can fill it yourself with whatever you want and can choose to keep it clear. You can choose to keep it clear and leave that house unaffected by the outer experience, because that house, as far as I'm concerned, is not being touched. It's not being touched, whatever house Sagittarius rules for you. That house can be completely in alignment and stay in alignment, and it cannot be affected by outside that house if you don't want it to. That is a standalone house right now. Whatever house that Sagittarius rules for you, it's a standalone house. There is nothing going on in the outer experience that is directly influencing that house. If it's being influenced by outside of you, it's because you're allowing that influence to take place, but you get to pick and choose. If you don't want a challenging aspect to affect that house, you can choose to not have it affect that house. If there's a beneficial alignment coming in to help you with what you got going on in that house, great, you can welcome that in. But there's no actual planetary energy going on in it right now that is dictating certain vibrations within that house. It is 100% your choice and your energy, okay? So Sagittarian energy in the house in which Sagittarius rules for you and what placements you have in there. What is going on? Spirit, please, with the Sagittarian energy. What is going on? The Crone. The Crone. Card number 4. 4 or 6? 6. 6. The Crone. If this is not the epitome of Sag energy at this point, I really don't know what is, because the Crone is about applied wisdom. The Crone has experienced so much in the realm of manifestation that they know what to repeat, what not to repeat, and the advice they give should almost always be heeded because they fucking know. They lived it through experience. Sagittarian energy is about applying wisdom right now. Whatever house it rules for you, you have to apply wisdom to that house. Apply wisdom to those energies. Apply wisdom to those planetary alignments. There's a special kind of magic with the Crone. So if you look at the staff that she's holding, there's this magical crystal in the top of her staff, but there's a serpent coming from her sleeve onto the staff as well. There's a hidden magic with the Crone, because the Crone is wise enough to know that if someone is going to, okay, I'll put it this way. The Crone will double dose your own medicine. The vibration of 6 is unconditionally loving, right? But this is both light and dark medicine. We're talking about soul medicine here. The experience. A Crone might be so experienced because they've been there before that they will let someone drown, and not just let them drown, but accelerate their drowning, because the drowning is necessary, and the Crone knows it's necessary for them to learn a lesson. The Crone with the serpent here, if the Crone knows applied wisdom that this person will learn through the manifestation and the result of this energetic alignment that they're in. So if they're drowning, I will help them drown faster so that they can get on to the next lesson. They need the experience of drowning, so why drag out the drowning? If you're not in a Crone status, it's because you are on your way to becoming the Crone. Applied wisdom. It doesn't matter how long you drown. It only matters that you got the experience of drowning. The Crone understands this. It's no different with the blessing. If the Crone sees that this person is in alignment to be blessed, that they're in proper alignment, higher alignment, the Crone will accelerate the blessing. Accelerate the receiving of what someone would be eternally grateful for, because it doesn't matter how long they're achieving whatever it is that they're achieving and being blessed. They're going to magnify it. All that matters is the experience, because with the experience comes the lesson, and with the lesson comes the wisdom. We either learn to never do that again, or we learn to continue doing it over and over because it yields good results. The Crone is an accelerant. She's a magical accelerant. If someone deserves to be blessed, She's accelerating and magnifying the blessing. Stay in alignment. You're doing a great job. I'm accelerating the blessing for you. And if you're not in alignment, I'm going to accelerate. I'm going to accelerate the lesson for you so that you can move on to the next one. You need the wisdom from whatever this experience is so you can apply it. Depending on what house Sagittarius rules for you, maybe you learned that being a certain type of partner yields negative results. Maybe your partner leaves you. Maybe you're constantly fighting. Maybe you're constantly unhappy being this type of partner. So the crone will accelerate the drowning. They'll accelerate the drowning. It's like the best friend telling that person in a suffering relationship, hey, you're suffering. You don't have to deal with this. If this is what they're doing, and this is what you're doing, don't you deserve better? Don't you deserve to get what you give? The crone will bring awareness to it because maybe no one else is telling this person, but the crone is like, hey, you deserve to be blessed. Let's accelerate the blessing. Matter of fact, maybe you can enjoy this option. Maybe the crone outright gives them an option and says, hey, here's the magic manifest. This is your out. You don't need to suffer anymore. Did you learn the lesson that you deserve better than what you're being treated? Yeah? Great. Here's your out. The person takes it. The blessing is accelerated. They don't need to suffer that long in order to receive the blessing at the end. No different than the counterpart in that dynamic, right? The crone would essentially be accelerating the other partner's drowning. You don't get to enjoy the blessing when you don't act in alignment with the blessing or reciprocate blessing. You're drowning. And I'm going to accelerate the drowning by removing your life raft. Crone is an accelerant. She's divine magic and applied wisdom. Insights, clarity, please. Yup. So we've got 6, 11, and 6. Because we've got the messenger of air here. It's no number. 6, 11, 6. Which totals 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 6 is 14. Which is Temperance's card, which is Sagittarius's card. Okay, so Sag, Justice, Messenger of Air, and the 6 of Fire. Whatever house this rules for you, whatever house this rules, wherever your placements are. If it doesn't rule a house, then it's the house that Sagittarius is intercepted in, or if it's, blown out and it's ruling 2 houses, right? There's balance being restored with truth. Because something's off balance. If we look at this Justice card, her scales are not actually in balance. One is above the other, and there's a truth here glowing like a torch, right? Glowing like a lantern. The sword is glowing in truth. The crone energy with this Justice card. The accelerant that they are, the accelerant of this Sagittarian energy is in balance. It's to rebalance things. It's the truth, right? Capital T, truth. It is the truth. The absolute truth that is rebalancing things. They're accelerating what is essentially the people in their lives, this energy, whatever house it rules for you, it is accelerating the truth with a capital T for other people in order to help them learn lessons at a higher speed. There is massive communication going on with the messenger of air, who is absolutely in love with the idea of communicating this justice. I mean, literally, look at the way the messenger of air is just like in awe of this justice card, the way it's looking at it. Like, so in love with the truth, so in love with the balancing, right? They're very aware. The crone is aware. The crone is not fucking ignorant. The crone is wisdom applied. And they are absolutely in love with the idea, the fact, right? The truth that they are accelerating what is essentially the return of harmony. The Six of Fire is a fucking victory. That's the Six of Wands. That's a victory. That is flying above the world, gliding above the world, floating with the currents of the air. Floating from a higher perspective. In flow. Sagittarian energy. That is in flow. Consciously aware of what house you're in flow with. Consciously aware of what house, whatever house Sagittarius rules for you, that you are in flow with. House or houses. Your ship. 'Cause that's a ship. It is sailing through and above the clouds. This is not a ship on the water. This is a ship in the clouds. Sag. Whatever is going on, there is a crone in your experience, if you are not the crone yourself, working to rebalance harmony with the truth, capital T truth, the absolute. Or you are absolutely in crone energy when it comes to the house or houses in which Sagittarius rules in your chart. And what is there and what those things mean. Like Saturn in Sag, or Pluto in Sag, or North Node in Sag, or Venus in Sag, Mercury in Sag, like whatever your Sag placements are, if you have them. If you don't have them, this is some clean slate shit where you can choose to embody the crone energy in regard to that house. You're having that option right now to become the crone in that house. Applied wisdom, becoming the accelerant. This is some earth angel shit. Wings at your back and wings at your crown. Understand you are in that energy with whatever house Sag rules. And that you can choose to acknowledge that right now. All right, that is Sag. Sagittarian energy. All right. Moving forward, Capricorn. Capricorn. Not just Capricorn suns, right? But whoever has strong or significant Capricorn placements in their chart, any placements that are affecting Capricorn's energy for you and the house in which Capricorn rules, whether it is intercepted or ruling multiple houses. Like for me, Capricorn rules both my 7th and 8th house. All right. Capricorn. Whatever house Capricorn rules for you, what is going on? Ooh. The 5 of Earth. The 5 of Earth. Understand with this energy, right? Because this is what is essentially this prominent figure holding blackjack. It's indicative of taking a gamble, right? The figure here gambled with her necklace. And the house wins, right? Capricorn is Saturn's energy. Saturn is divine order. The house always wins. You can't gamble or risk or bargain to try and increase your manifestation. The house, the order of things, always wins. The house always wins. This is also a reminder not to gamble with what you are not willing to lose. Don't gamble with what you are not willing to lose. Because the house always wins. Divine order always wins. There is a method to this stuff, you know, and on occasion when we're in alignment, like you'll get lucky and you'll win, but it's not because you were gambling anything you were afraid to lose. It's because you were in alignment with what was worth, okay, what you were free to gamble with. You wouldn't be upset if you lost it. It's like going to the casino and knowing you only got $100 or $200 to gamble with. If you lost more than that, you'd be in a tight spot. And so you're only willing to go and gamble with that $100 or $200, and you're not going to tap the ATM. You're not going to touch your bill money. Because if you lost that $100 or $200, it's no big deal. If you lost any more than that, that would suck. That would make it hard. It's no different with relationships. Why would you take a gamble on somebody, right? Like, think about it. I'll give you a great example with my own chart, right? Because I mentioned 7th and 8th house, partnerships and inheritance or rebirth, right? Transformation with the 8th house. Why? If the 7th house is partnerships, would I risk a relationship I am unwilling to lose gambling on another relationship? Like if let's just say I'm in love with my divine counterpart, twin flame, blah, blah, blah. I'm in love with them. Am I willing to gamble the relationship I have with my son for it? No. 8th house also being children. Am I willing to gamble my heart-shaped necklace, my relationship with my son, for my divine counterpart, twin flame, blah, blah, blah? No. I'm not willing to gamble it, right? As a metaphor for whatever house Capricorn rules for you. Are you willing to gamble it? What would you be more upset about losing? I would be more upset losing my relationship with my son. Love my counterpart dearly, but I am not willing to gamble the relationship I have with my son for it. Great analogy for this 5 of Earth energy. If the house always wins, divine order always wins, what are you willing to lose? Because you will lose it. If I were to have picked my twin flame counterpart, what am I willing to lose? If I'm not willing to lose my counterpart, what am I willing to lose? Everything else. Well, then everything else includes my son. Am I really willing to lose it? No. Matter of fact, I will pick my son every fucking time. Every fucking time. Unwilling to gamble with it. That's the energy going on with Capricorn. Okay? Whatever house Capricorn rules for you. It is a nod to acknowledge what you are willing to lose and what you are unwilling to lose. Because if you are unwilling to lose it, you won't lose it. But if you are unwilling to lose something, understand that everything else could be lost. Because you were unwilling to lose one thing. This one thing. I can't get my mind to focus on anything else. I don't want to lose this no matter what, no matter what, no matter what. Okay, well, you might just gamble everything else away. For that one thing, is it worth it? Is that one thing you are unwilling to gamble worth everything else you are willing? You're going to have to be willing to lose everything else. Is that the case? Because if you look at things from that mentality, right, let's just say all of a sudden right now, let's just say you are in a abusive home situation, right? Maybe we're talking 4th house Capricorn, right? And you're in a toxic home situation. Or a home that is completely falling apart, right? Are you willing to lose your retirement savings? Are you willing to sacrifice people and time with family because you're constantly working on your home? Maybe this home has been your home for X amount of years and you are unwilling to let go of the home. It is the only home you know. Maybe you grew up in that home. It's the only home you know. Unwilling to let go of the home. What if that cost you all of your relationships, though? Because 4th house squares 7th house. It also opposes the 10th house. Does that mean you stay in a job that you absolutely fucking hate just to afford your home? What are you willing to sacrifice? So Capricorn right now, it's asking you, what is the cost? What is the cost of what you are unwilling to gamble with, and are you really okay with the cost? Or would you regret that, right? Or would you regret that? Insight, clarity, please. For Capricorn's energy. And what is going on in Capricorn? Because right now, in Capricorn's actual, in the chart, we've got Cupid retrograde there, and we got Pluto retrograde. Cupid is about people that connect to our heartstrings, right? That we love them and don't understand why we love them so much. You know, we're just struck by Cupid's arrow. We love them no matter what. And Pluto is the transformation in Capricorn of how the fuck we're doing things and dictating our life, right? How you know, we're managing our life, because Capricorn energy and essentially is the CEO or the dictator or the boss, right, of your life. So it's like, how are you choosing to manage your life? Who do you have in your life that is delegated to certain tasks to make sure that everything flows properly? Do you have a, you know, quote unquote manager underneath of you who is skimming off the books and taking from you? Do you have someone who is secretly out to take your position? Right? Do you have someone, a lower level employee, who's just, you know, underneath this person and underneath this person, who is nickel and diming and taking time away from this person, and they're in cahoots with whatever, and they're taking from this department? Like, you know, who is thieving from you? Is your business, is your life running smoothly? Is it running in the most effective and efficient way possible? Or do you have to fucking figure out how you're running your shit and make it better? Like, there's a reason why certain businesses fail. It's because they're not being run properly. Because people are unwilling to sacrifice certain things in order to make it run smoothly. What else? Give me one more. Yeah, Chariot energy, Cancerian energy. What is going on? You might want to watch your polar sister sign, Capricorn, Cancer, because when you feel out of alignment, Cancerian energy is the way to go. That will always bring you back in balance. Understanding your sister sign's energy will always bring you back into alignment. Yeah. We got the Chariot with the Messenger of Air, the Messenger of Fire, and the Hermit. You can go your own way. Go your own way. Right, Fleetwood Mac. That doesn't show my age. I know who Fleetwood Mac is. All right, let's see. Yeah. Chariot energy, Messenger of Air energy, Messenger of Fire energy. These are major communications going on, including from Virgo, right? Because the Hermit card is Virgoian energy. Mercury is there, and it's trining, right? Virgo's house is trining on Capricorn's house, specifically trans Pluto trining on Cupid. Specifically, trans Pluto trining on Cupid. Trans Pluto is like Planet X energy, Nibiru energy. It's that huge planetary body that we can feel and sense its gravitational field, but can't see it, haven't found it yet, but we know it's there because it's creating a pull. It's directing things in our life that we can see, right? Like Planet X, this huge outside gravitational force, whatever, is pulling on Uranus's orbit. It's pulling on Pluto's orbit. It's pulling on Eris's orbit, but we can't see it, but it's affecting things that we can see. It's the unconscious self. It's a big part of the self. And we don't always see it, but it's affecting things in our reality that we can actually see. It's creating things and manifesting things that we can actually see. It's creating the wild cards. It's creating the grief and strife. It's creating the transformation. It's creating this drowning or rescue savior mentality. The different things that it pulls on. It pulls on all of these things. It pulls on Uranus. It pulls on Pluto. It pulls on Eris. It pulls on Sedna. It pulls on all of these things. Pop into Cancerian energy. Learn to self-discover. Learn how, Capricorn energy, the house that Capricorn rules for you, however this dictates that house. Let people fly on their own. You don't have to teach them how to fly. You don't have to show them. You don't have to hold their hand while they do it. You can just shove them out the nest. They'll figure it out. Shove them out your experience. They're good. Let them figure it out. You have to be able to fall in love with yourself and treat yourself the way that you would want your partner to treat you, right? Because Cupid's retrograding. And or you have to become the partner in which you seek. You have to become or embody or integrate their attributes, their light attributes, the things that you admire in them, integrating it into who you are. Becoming more of yourself, not less, not different, but integrated. Your positive attributes, the things you love about yourself, you can keep all those things. The things you don't like about yourself, the things that cause you strife or discord, things that cause that I need to be rescued manifestation, or that I'm going to save you manifestation, that people look at you like you need saving and you don't like it. Maybe people look at you like you need saving and you know it, and you hate that. You hate that people look at you like you need saving. Think about your ideal partner. Now embody that as a partner, and you won't need saving. You have an actual partner in mind, Cupid, right? A specific person that Cupid struck your ass with. What are the qualities they love about themselves? Can you incorporate those things into yourself? Can you integrate that knowledge? Can you integrate those perspectives? Can you integrate those behaviors, that way of being? Maybe your Cupid is loyal as fuck and would never fucking betray you, but maybe that's not you. Maybe you are and have cheated in the past. Maybe you're not loyal. Can you integrate loyalty? What are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to sacrifice your integrity? Your soul's integrity for your ego's pride? Because if you're not willing to sacrifice and gamble with your pride, then you are willing to sacrifice and gamble with your integrity. Remember what I said. There are certain things that you will be unwilling to gamble with. This is a nod to figure out and accept and understand what it is you are unwilling at this moment to gamble with, to risk. And are you in fact gambling with or risking the wrong things? Like Capricorn, 9th house, that's the mental transformation, right? The travel, the journey, it's the exploration of the mind. Are you unwilling to sacrifice your pride? Which means you might be asked to gamble with your integrity. You are unwilling, maybe you are unwilling to gamble with being told what to do. Your freedom is everything. You are unwilling to compromise or risk your freedom. Are you willing to risk every partnership you have then to maintain it? Because if you don't ever want to be told what to do or take anybody else into consideration, are you willing to sacrifice every partnership you have to do what the fuck you want to do? when you want to do it and not be told what to do. This is the questions being asked. Because the house always wins. You will gamble away everything until you have nothing left, until you decide you are unwilling to gamble certain things. And maybe it's more than one thing. Maybe you're unwilling to gamble at all. Maybe you ain't playing the devil's game. This is about allowing the divine with the Chariot to intervene on your behalf, to call in the power higher than yourself and ask it to please intervene on your behalf to help you so that you don't lose what you are unwilling to lose, especially if you are not aware that that's the cost. Asking the divine to intervene on your behalf and protect you from yourself. To move you in the right direction so that things can be communicated, not just in the reality actually being expressed, but that your desire can come into form, the expression of your soul. The air and the fire is the truth and the desire, the thought and the soul. The conscious and the beyond consciousness. Communication needs to take place, not just in your outer experience, but within the self. And that presents doors. When you look into the self, the hermit energy, right? When you peer into the self and go on that journey of self-awareness, acknowledgement of what you're gambling with and the cost of things when you gamble. When you are unwilling to sacrifice certain things, you have to understand, Spirit's going to ask you, okay, well, if you're unwilling to sacrifice this, are you willing to sacrifice everything else? Are you that unwilling to sacrifice it, especially if it's out of alignment? Are you that unwilling to sacrifice it at the cost of everything else? Like, what if you are unwilling to sacrifice your family? Unwilling. I will never sacrifice my family. Never, ever, ever. What if your family is not in alignment with your highest good? What if they're not actually in alignment to your highest good path? At least not right now. Spirit's going to be like, okay, are you willing to sacrifice fucking everything for it? Because you will lose everything to hold it. And Spirit will make you put that on the fucking table and gamble it in order to win back everything that you lost. That's how it works. You will have to sacrifice the one fucking thing sometimes that you are unwilling to sacrifice in order to get back everything that you've lost because you were holding on to something that was not in alignment. You were holding on to something not in alignment. Really ask yourself if what you're holding on to is in your highest alignment. If the answer is yes, awesome. Hold on to that. Don't gamble it for fucking nothing. Walk away. Stop playing. Because universe is only going to take things from you. It's only going to take things till you got nothing left. Walk away. Stop playing a game. Sorry, I don't want to play. I don't want to play Capricorn. I don't want to play Devil, right? Devil energy. Five of Pentacles energy. In traditional Rider-Waite, the dude sitting on the ground rolls snake eyes. You lose everything. Don't gamble with what you don't want to lose. And if you aren't willing to lose everything else for it, then you shouldn't be gambling. You shouldn't be gambling in alignment with it. To be fair, going back to the analogy, the story that I started with, I said there is nothing. I would never gamble my relationship with my son, ever. And the fact of the matter is, I would stop playing before I put my relationship with my son on the table. To win everything else back? No, I'm willing to lose everything else. Everything. To not gamble with my son, I won't do it. My relationship with him, will never gamble it. I will walk away and stop playing and take every fucking loss before I put that on the table. Won't gamble it. That's how I know it's an alignment. That's how I know. How do you know if what you're gambling with is in alignment? What you're unwilling to gamble with is in alignment? Because even if you lost everything, you wouldn't tap the ATM to get more money. You only came to the table with what you were willing to play with and lose. You only came to the casino with $100, $200. You're not willing to tap your bill money. You're not willing to tap the ATM and take out your bill money, trying to win back what you lost. Know that if you're going to gamble in life, what you are not willing to lose, and don't fucking tap the ATM so that you can put it on the table to try and get back what you lost. I would fucking never. Never. There is no jackpot fucking prize in any fucking slot machine that could get me to cash in on the relationship with my son sitting in my fucking manifestation energy bank to try and win back the shit that I lost, the people that I lost, the things that I lost, the places that I lost. Nothing is going to get me to fucking tap that account. Nothing. What are you willing to lose? What are you unwilling to lose? And then fucking stick to that. And don't be upset if you lose. Life is a gamble in general. This life experience, we don't fucking know what the hell is coming. It's a gamble. When we're born, spiritual amnesia, we fucking forget everything. We don't know what the fuck we're gonna win at the end of the day. Where, how much. Maybe this whole entire life's a fucking loss because we're paying for past life karma. It doesn't matter. You can net lose. You can go home from the casino 200 down. It's fine if you didn't mind losing it. Do you really want to go home 1,000 down though when you only really had a couple hundred to lose? No. Only lose what you're willing to lose. Don't be upset because you lost something that you can't get back, chasing something you already lost. Whatever house Capricorn rules for you. Don't go chasing what you lost. With what you are unwilling to lose. Or by sacrificing what you're unwilling to lose. On a side note, I've only been in a casino I can count on 2 hands how many times I've been in a casino. I only go when I'm feeling lucky. Even if I have money, I won't gamble if I'm not feeling it. I'd rather go home with what is in my pocket. And if and when I do play because I feel lucky, I have always left the casino up. I have never actually been to a casino and lost. Never actually been to a casino and lost. Been down to my last 20 bucks and came back up and ended up being 20 ahead of what I came there with and was super excited. Only gamble with what you are willing to lose. All right. Aquarius. Do I? That is 3. I'll say 29. Okay. Aquarius, Aquarian energy. We've got Saturn retrograding in Aquarius right now, and we've got White Moon Selene in Aquarius right now. All right. White Moon Selene is a nod to the blessings you create with the light that you are, where you have already developed strength and beauty within the self. It's not where you are self-discovering or self-abandoning, but the strength and the beauty you have already uncovered and the blessings that that energy creates. And that's in Aquarius, pretty much conjunct Saturn retrograde right now. They are 4 degrees apart. So it's within orb of Saturn. So Spirit, please, what is going on with Aquarius? Not just Aquarius suns, but those who have strong or significant Aquarian placements in their chart, and the house in which Aquarius rules for them. What is going on in Aquarius with Aquarian energy? Abundance. It's interesting. I was guided to flip over the top 2 cards because they were kind of leaking out with this, but went back in. What is the abundance? Integrity and 4 of fire. That's some cool shit. Okay. Which ends up being 2, 3, 4 because it's 23 and then 4. So 2, 3, 4. And then we have abundance, which is card 15. Okay. Abundance of energy, abundance of blessings, abundance of joy when you're in alignment with your soul's integrity, right? The dragon energy present on the card is guarding and protecting the feminine, and the feminine has complete access to the dragon's hoard, right? And there's the rainbow in the background, there's the pot of gold, there's all of the treasure on the ground, there's life growing, there's the bird's nest that she's holding, there's a rabbit here, there's tons of fertility shown on the card, there's a transformative butterfly on the card, there's the cornucopia on the card. This is divine protection. Your blessings are divinely protected. They cannot be kept from you indefinitely. It's just a matter of how many life cycles you want to go through to get it. How many life cycles do you want to go through to get it? The divine is protecting your treasure, right? Your treasure. Enjoy what you've manifested. Enjoy where you are. Enjoy the lessons that reside in it, because the lessons are everywhere. No matter where you are, you are never exempt from the lesson in front of you. And the lessons are beautiful when learned, right? See the beauty in everything. See the beauty in everything, because 15 in traditional tarot, this is a way different deck, right? Dreams of Gaia Tarot. Abundance. 15 is traditionally the devil's card, but it is not the case with this deck. Although you could say that, you know, the devil and abundance and treasure and greed and all those things are tied in, but this card doesn't actually represent that. Matter of fact, let me pull just a little from this book for you so that you can understand the way this deck sees abundance. The keywords are abundance, consciousness, giving, receiving, energy, love, and appreciation. The key phrases are: abundance is a state of plenty. Abundance is a feeling. Abundance surrounds you. Have faith and conviction. Complete trust is required. Your rainy day is today. Determine your goals and reasons and set intentions. A state of contentment not influenced by external factors. Relax and enjoy yourself. Generosity ripples outwards. The more you give, the more you receive. Appreciate and be grateful. Am I here? Am I here? All right. Let me know if I'm glitching or freezing or whatever. All right. So, abundance energy, right? Abundance energy is about knowing that whatever you can give, you can also receive. Whatever you give, you can also receive. If you can't afford to give it and you're not in a vibration of plenty, which is a vibration of lack, right? You can't afford to give it. Then spirit can't afford to let you receive it either. That doesn't mean you have to go and give everything you've got to everybody, because you might be able to give someone $20. You can afford to give it. But can you give what you've promised yourself that you're saving for too? If you give that $20, are you giving yourself a future? You can give yourself a future. If you're willing to give a future, you're willing to receive a future. You understand? Abundance energy. Feeling without lack. There is literally a lack of lack. So think about that. Right? Abundance. Insight clarities, please, for Aquarius. Maybe one more. I get it. All right, Spirit. Thank you. All right. So we have the 9 of Earth. The 2 of Fire. And the 6 of Air with the Call. All right. Plenty. Abundance energy. The 9 of Earth. She is holding growth in her hands. This pretty little yellow flower, this magic that is coming from her hands is growing the seed. Abundance mentality is not looking at the seed, right? If you're thinking about abundance, hold on, I'm going to tell you real quick, right, while I refill my e-cig. So if you're thinking about abundance and the planting of a seed, right, you could be starving in lack mentality, be like, I'm so hungry, and all I have is this seed. I'm going to eat the seed. Well, if you eat the seed because you're starving and you're in a vibration of lack and you're starving, you eat the seed, well, you kind of ruined any opportunity to grow a tree that bears fruit. You know what I mean? Lack mentality will keep abundance from manifesting. There has to be a gratitude for what you have in the reality and the fact that you can manifest more with what you have. You might not have more than a seed, but you could be really grateful that that seed entered your reality and plant the seed. I'll find nourishment elsewhere. This seed is not the only nourishment there is. This seed is a promise of nourishment tomorrow and for years to come. I'm going to plant the seed. I'm not going to feel the lack of losing the seed, which is the only nutritional substance of energy I have right now. I'm going to plant the seed and trust that the universe will bring me something else to nourish me right now. I'm not going to be in lack. I'm going to be in abundant mindset and know that the universe will always provide. You plant the seed and you move on. You might not be able to see things from the higher perspective, but the higher perspective will move you forward. The symbolism of the giraffe. And the little figure there being carried by the giraffe. You might not be able to see from the perspective of spirit all the time, but you can trust that the perspective of spirit is taking you where you need to be. Plant the seed and go. And maybe you will never eat the fruit from that tree. Maybe where spirit takes you after that, you'll never return to the tree. But you've planted a tree. And anybody else wandering along one day is going to find the fruit of that tree at a time when they're fucking starving. And they will be so grateful that you were not in a state of lack, that you were in a state of trust and abundance, right? And planted that seed because now they can get nourished by the tree. They can eat the fruit of the tree. They can relax in the shade of the tree. They can take refuge in the tree. And you moved on. And where does spirit take you? It takes you on a ship. Six of Air, it takes you on a ship to calmer waters. It's the judgment call. You get what you give. You gave sanctuary. You gave refuge. You gave nourishment in your choice to not be in a lack mindset, but to be abundant with all that you have right now. And spirit gave you more. It gave you more. It took you to a whole nother world, out of lack mentality, a whole nother reality that is aligned with abundance and plenty. It takes you here. It takes you here. What does your energy call for? Maybe you have learned all that you could possibly learn from a relationship with someone. Are you really going to be in a lack mindset and be like, well, if I leave this person, I might never find anybody else. I've been out of the dating game for a long time, or I don't know what it's like to be on my own without this person because I've defined myself through this person. When maybe staying with that person, you're truly just stagnating. What if you're just stagnating now and you need to allow the growth that that person's had with you? Why don't you just plant that somewhere, never to return to it? Always appreciating that time where you let the seed go and grow. because maybe they will benefit their next partner 100 times more. The next person to cross them benefits 100 times more because they're just not growing with you anymore. Because you're just not growing with them anymore. And I don't know if I'm ever going to find any more nourishment, but Spirit takes you forward, because even though you can't see the higher perspective, the universe can. And you end up here. You end up here. Because you allowed yourself to not be in lack, which is in abundance. If you're not in lack, then you are in abundance. Right? One cannot exist in the same domain as the other. You cannot be in a lack mindset and an abundance mindset. You are either in one or the other. You're either in one or the other. Sometimes, especially because it's the 9 of Earth, you have to go solo. This is a single, independent heart space card. Independent heart space. Allow the love you have given, depending on what house Aquarius rules for you, right? Allow the love you have given to be enough. That seed was planted and you can move on. Because there's not enough nourishment that would come from what it is that you've got as it is right now. But you can let it go so that it becomes more for someone else later. The love you've given is not wasted. It's magical, in fact. The fact that you've held it in your arms, that you've held it in your prayers, is magical. The love's not wasted. It will just better serve, it'll better serve someone else at another time. And that's the point, because we're all connected. We're all connected. We're not lacking anything. That's the whole point. There is not a lack of people and connection and experience and nourishment and energy in the world. We are not in lack. Lack is an illusion. It's fucking bullshit. It's not even real. Your fear of what you could lose is, if you've outgrown it, you've outgrown it. If you've outgrown it, you've outgrown it. It's fine. Know that the love you've given has not been wasted, and it will show in time. It will show in time. It will pay off in time. That's Aqua. Aquarian energy, the house in which Aqua rules for you. Will pay off in time. It's okay. All right. Pisces. All right, Pisces. Not just Pisces suns, but Piscean energy. The placements, the house that Pisces rules for you. Know that the energy that comes out in these cards is indicative of the house in which Pisces rules for you, your birth chart, and what you have going on in there. What is going on, Spirit, please, with Pisces and Piscean energy? Right now, Vesta is retrograding in Pisces. So is Juno, Estrella, and Neptune. All retrograde in Pisces. This is all internal. Internal independence and soul, internal loyalty, to the healing, because Juno and Vesta, Juno and Estrella are conjunct. This is a healing with the loyalty to the self when it comes to clarity of soul and releasing the veil of illusion, right? The veil that we've pulled over our eyes so that we don't face the truth in our soul. This is the Piscean energy going on right now. It's being extremely challenged by the Leo energy going on. You want to go back and understand how, your Piscean energy is being challenged. Look at the challenges going on from the Leo reading and how that house is affecting your Piscean elements, right? Your Piscean facet, that area of your life. Got card number 19, emotions. Emotions. Card number 19 in traditional tarot. This is the Dreams of Gaia tarot, and it's very different. But 19 is traditionally the sun card. It's the light, right? The authentic self, when we are courageous and vulnerable and real and authentic. And the emotions are subconscious. They are unconscious. We don't always know why we're feeling what we're feeling, and it's an imprint, right? An imprint reaction to feel a certain way when we witness certain things. So this too, it also reminds me of the Ouroboros that is not eating itself. Because we have the dragon, and given it's a two-headed dragon. Now, Ouroboros is typically a dragon eating its tail. But it reminds me of the Ouroboros that is no longer eating itself. Because we assume that the Ouroboros is eating its tail. But we can't see what it's eating because it's inside its mouth. What if it's actually a two-headed dragon? And one head is eating the other? Like the ego, the egoic mind, is completely consuming the mind of the heart space or the emotions because they're equals. The thoughts and the emotions, the yang and the yin, are equals. One is not superior to the other. This is an acknowledgement of emotion. Whatever your Piscean house is, whatever placements you have there. This is allowing the self to become independent to purpose and path with Vesta retrograde on an internal level, dedicating the self to healing within the self, allowing the loyalty of the self to be established to allow that healing to take place and to rid the illusion. There is no one's feelings more important than your own. If you are suffering because it helps someone feel better, then you are out of alignment. I don't care who the fuck they are. If you are suffering for someone else, if you feel awful and you're sticking around for them, despite conditions being intolerable and painful, then you are out of alignment. Example, right? Metaphoric example so that you can understand what this energy is. You're really close friends with someone, and maybe you've been close with them for a really long time, years, decades even. You're really close with them, and they have kids. And your person who you've been really close with for years, maybe they have problems. Maybe they have fucking problems, and their energy is toxic, and their toxicity is affecting their kids. And you love their kids. And you want to be there for their kids no matter what, even if you're suffering dealing with whoever it is that's been in your life for a long time, because maybe they weren't always like this. Maybe they were and you never were affected by them like you are now. but they're affecting you in a negative way now. Maybe they're draining your financial energy. Maybe they're draining your time. Maybe you're focusing a lot on helping them fix their problems and helping them understand things and what they could do better and whatever, because, you know, you're draining yourself because you don't want to let go of the fact that, you know, you'd be abandoning their kids if you cut them off to save your own energy, to save your own financial situation, to save yourself. You'd essentially be losing the influence you have and the support and the love you have for their kids. Well, if I told this person I didn't want to talk to them anymore, I needed to break from them, they wouldn't let me see their kids. I wouldn't be able to be there for their kids. I'd lose that. And so you're suffering whatever energetic currency that you're being depleted of, because there's 5 forms of currency, right? You're being depleted of these things and you're suffering because you want to be there to benefit someone else. This energy is a reminder that your feelings matter. And maybe the best lesson that you can leave the person that you're letting go of, that you don't actually want to let go of, is, hey, if someone's behavior is toxic and they're draining you and they're disturbing your peace, it's okay to leave them. Doesn't matter how long you've known them. Doesn't matter what label they have. If they're toxic and you should leave. And that's the example that you're leading with. You're leaving in support of your own emotional stability, right? Your own emotions, how you feel. Supporting how you want to feel. You don't want to suffer. You don't want to be in pain. You don't want to hurt. It hurts you to not be able to save this young person from the situation that they're in. You've got to be able to trust that the universe will work in their favor. And if you can leave them, so can they. How do you love them best? How do you love the person you don't want to leave best? The label of, well, they've been my best friend for 20 years, or they're my family. They're my family, like they're my brother, they're my sister, they're my uncle, and I love their kids. But if your best friend of 20 years or your sister or your uncle is fucking toxic, the best thing you can do for their kids would then be to leave them and to show them it doesn't matter what the label is. You don't stay in toxic. If something is toxic and it's hurting you, get out, because that's the real lesson you want to teach somebody that you love. If something is hurting you, if you are suffering, leave it. Do not suffer. If you love someone unconditionally, the last thing you want them to do is suffer, including you. Leave. Any situation that would put you in a state of suffering. You lead by example. You teach by example. Your emotions, how you feel, is incredibly important to understand. You cannot negate your feelings, or you are literally you are either full-blown in manifestation, right? If you are in alignment with what you're feeling. If it doesn't feel good and it's not a fuck yeah, then it's a fuck no, and you're in alignment with that. Awesome, because you're on like free flow with spirit. But if it doesn't feel good and you're resisting and you're continuing to do it anyway, even though it doesn't feel good, you are literally putting off your own healing and the healing of everybody else. You're putting off their healing. You are not leading by example. It doesn't matter what it is. The sword of truth is transformational. The sword of truth that the emotions hold. There's the butterfly, the pentagram, and the cosmic heart on the edge of that sword. That is transformation, protection, and the universe returning all the love that you've given. It is a cosmic heart. It is a rippling in the soul of the collective. It's divine healing of the collective heart space. When you stop eating your emotions, right? Like the Ouroboros, when you stop eating your emotions and you have that conversation with one head to the other instead of one silencing the other. No, I'm going to eat my emotions down. I'm going to pretend they're not there. My head wants to take care of this person, right? The mind. My head wants to take care of this person, so I'm going to eat my emotions. No, when your emotions and your head have a conversation and one stops trying to eat the other, eat it down, bury it. When you actually allow your emotions to have a conversation with your head and your heart will come to an understanding that the best thing you can do is fill in the blank. Because it's not okay that you're suffering. It's not okay. You're teaching impressionable energy. By witnessing you, they're learning. They're learning. Emotions are on the subconscious and unconscious realm of things. And they come out in the consciousness via our actions. And we don't necessarily understand them all the time. We can't always express why we feel the way we feel, and it's because we've witnessed things in our youth that became acceptable. We learned it's okay to suffer for people you love. It's okay. Labels are more important than how I feel. Labels are more important. They're my family. If I'm suffering, then I'm suffering. So be it. They're my family. Labels are more important than how I feel. Money is more important than a healthy relationship dynamic. Money is more important than being there for your kids. Maybe you have a two-parent home where both parents are workaholics and they have an abundance of fucking money and no time for their kids. And the youthful mind is learning money is more important than everything. It's more important than your kids. Money is more important than your relationship because it's about the stuff. The stuff is the most important. And we don't understand then why we have a love language that resonates with what you're being given, what you're being gifted, what someone is spending on you. That the person who spends $100 on you is more valuable than the person who spends $10 on you and gets you something that is more sentimental or takes the time to write a beautiful letter and a card. Well, they only gave me a $2 card with a letter in it. That's nothing. This person bought me a $100 or whatever. Does the person buying you a $100 whatever really love you more than the person who gave you a $2 card with a beautiful letter written in it? What are they learning how to value? Well, it's okay if people love me and they hurt me as long as they're spending money on me. Is that what you're teaching them? I don't have to be important. They don't have to pay any mind to me. I can be ignored. It's okay as long as they're spending money on me and my needs are met. What are you teaching? What are you communicating? Messenger of water. What are the emotional teachings that you're communicating? Right, we're talking about emotions here. This is the messenger of water. Water is the suit of emotions. What are your emotions communicating? What are they teaching? What wisdom are they actually teaching, right? This is the fruit, the temptation, right? The forbidden fruit. What wisdom are you teaching? What experience are you giving? When the 8 of water, you got to move forward from what is emotionally unfulfilling. If you're suffering, you got to leave that situation. You've got to let it go. You've got to trust that your leading by example is the best love you can give someone sometimes. But you should not be suffering for someone else to feel love. should be leading by example. Have that conversation with whoever. Says, listen, I love you, and I'm not leaving because of you. I'm not cutting you off because of you. But I can't maintain a relationship with you and leave this relationship that I'm in that's toxic. So I'm always there for you. Even when I'm not here, I'm always here. My heart is always in alignment with you, even if I'm not in your literal reality. It's okay to leave people that are toxic. It's okay to leave places and situations that you're suffering in. I love you, and if you ever want to find me, you can find me. You can reconnect with me. I will always love you and be open to you, to being in your reality. But it is not okay to suffer for anyone. Have that conversation with that person. Because if you want the treasure you have in the reality, right, the treasure here and the treasure here, you're going to miss the ship. You're going to miss the ship, which is the actual lesson. The lesson why you're here in soul. Right, the Piscean energy, the Neptune, the Astrea, the Juno, the Vesta retrograde in Pisces. You're going to miss the actual reason why you're here. We're not here for your ego's wants and desires. We're here for a soul desire. It's a higher purpose. Your emotions are your telltale sign of whether or not you're in alignment. And if you can't have that conversation with someone, then you have to just trust they know. When time aligns, it aligns, and that person will re-enter your life in some which way, shape, or form by a fucking miracle, because the universe works in the realm of miracles. Like, there are people that I lost in connection with my ex, and I had no time or ability to explain to them why I was leaving my ex. But damn if my heart don't fucking love them every day. And if they were to ever reach out to me, God knows, they could reach out. And I would be there. I'd welcome them in as if they had never left my life. Hold nothing against them. It has nothing to do with them. It's not that I didn't love them enough. Of course I did. I had to love them enough to show them that when someone is abusive, or when you don't like someone's toxic behavior, you don't want to deal with and live with an alcoholic because it's fucking toxic, then you have to go. And you have to go. It's okay. Labels don't fucking matter. Toxic is toxic. And I trust that that lesson, whether they ever enter my life again or not, will serve them in the highest. It'll serve them in the highest. That's what this Piscean energy, whatever it resonates, wherever it resonates in your chart, whatever house, that's where this lesson is. That's where this focus is. It's like, I'll give you an example, because it's easy to put that into perspective with a home situation, right? Piscean 4th house. It's easy to put that in perspective with a Pisces 7th house, right? Partnerships. But what if it's Pisces 10th house, right? It's your midhaven. Are you willing to let go of your career or your reputation? One or the other. It's also the house of the father. Are you willing to let go of your father wounds, and or temporarily letting go of being a father, because sticking it out with their mother and trying to fight the mother of your children is worse for your children than stepping away, because it is more detrimental to your children for them to watch and observe and witness you fighting it out and battling with their mother. 10th house. Are you willing to let go of your reputation? Are you willing to let go of your career? Are you willing to let go of your father issues and issues surrounding being a father and what is expected of you, instead of listening to your soul alignment? If it doesn't feel good to fight with someone in front of your kids, and you don't want to fight with them, but they're insistent on fighting with you, they're insistent. You can't be in front of your kids with them and not fight with them. Even if you don't provoke it, even if you don't initiate the argument, this person consistently fucking fights with you in front of your kids, and you hate it. You hate it. You know it's hurting your kids and you're suffering, but you don't want to be without your kids. You don't want your kids to be without you because you love them and you know that so-and-so has problems. Well, that's when you have to have a conversation with your kids and or trust, especially if they're not old enough to understand that maybe the best you could do was support them to the best of your ability from a distance and not see them and or be around that person. Maybe that's just best. Maybe it's in the best alignment. Because at least you know if their mother is taken care of and has what they need, that your kids will figure it out. They will see. They will see the toxic parent for who they are. At some point, they will fucking see. But you are not going to add to the toxic. You're not going to add to the toxic. That's Pisces. Understand that your emotions are a lighthouse guiding you in the dark. You might not know where you're going, but you sure as shit know you don't want to crash. And your emotions are the lighthouse to keep you from crashing. Straight up. Your emotions are your lighthouse to keep you from crashing. All right. Ophiuchus. Last one. Ophiuchus. Ophiuchian energy. I believe Ophiuchian energy is from like any placements from 8 degrees Sagittarius in your birth chart, because I know Ophiuchus isn't on most both birth charts. It's the placements from 8 degrees Sagittarius to like 20 degrees Sagittarius. Whatever falls into that house. Like Sagittarian house within those degrees. That's Ophiuchian energy. (20 or 21 degrees. 8 to 20 or 21 degrees Sagittarius. Ophiuchian energy. Heck, it might be 25. I would double check. I will double check that. Matter of fact, can I? Hold on a second. I can do this with my phone open. 25 degrees. 8 to 25, right? 8 to 25 degrees Sagittarius are the placements that fall in Ophiuchus for you. Ophiuchian energy, the 13th zodiac, or the forgotten zodiac, the missing zodiac sign is the serpent bearer. And it is the healed energy within the self that destroys or overpowers the dark energy within, the poison within the self. Ophiuchian archetypal energy masters the shadow. It controls the shadow does not control them. And most people forget that they have this ability, right? It's the forgotten zodiac energy. It's the forgotten archetypal energy. It is negated completely that we have control over the shadow, but that is what Ophiuchus is. It is the serpent bearer, or that energy that is in control of the shadow. The shadow does not control us. We control the shadow, and that is Ophiuchian energy. So this pertains to the planetary bodies and placements that you hold within that range of 8 degrees Sagittarius to 25 degrees Sagittarius. All right. What is going on right now with Ophiuchian energy? We talked earlier when we were doing Sagittarius's reading that there is no placements going on in Sag right now. It is an empty, clean slate zodiac sign. There is nothing in it. So this is strictly your own Ophiuchian energy and the planetary bodies or planar elements that you have going on within that range of 8 to 25 degrees Sag. That is Ophiuchus. All right. So Spirit, please. What is going on with Ophiuchian energy and wherever that falls in their charts for them? Right? Whether that energy cusps into 2 different houses or whether it's embodied in a single house, right? In your own natal chart, what is the energy going on with the Ophiuchian alignments? This is the 7 of fire. This is the 7 of fire. The 7 of fire is when the soul or the spirit within stands up for itself. It's got the seeing glass, and you can see she's holding the snake. She's the serpent bearer. She's holding the snake. She is a master of the shadow. She's holding the snake. She's in control of the shadow. And she's got a transformed third eye, right? We've got this moth energy. I don't believe that's a butterfly. That's a moth on the third eye. And then we have these ravens and the constellations in the background with this third eye lit in the sky. The unseen energy that sees everything. And of course, the double cats, right? There's this mirroring energy going on as above and so below with the ravens and the cats. Ophiuchian energy, being a master of the shadow, can see in the dark. It can see in the dark. It can see right through the shadow. It's not afraid of the shadow. It sees right through it. That's a master manifesting energy when you can control the shadow and the shadow does not control you. That you are not a victim to your shadow. That you are not beholden to it. That the fear doesn't dictate your choices. That the guilt doesn't dictate your choices. That the pity or the insecurities don't dictate your choices. They're always there. The fear is always there. The guilt is always there. The pity is always there. The insecurities are always there. The regret's there. The anger's there. They never actually go away. They're always there. The shadow is always there. The lies that we could believe, it's always there. The illusion, the worst case scenarios, the oh my gods are always there. The pride and the ego is always there, but they're not in control of your choices. You understand that those things are shadow, but you're in control of those things. They don't control you. You're standing up for yourself and your light in control of the shadow. Yes, fear is there. Yes, guilt's there. Yes, all these things try and creep in, but they're not dictating your choices. Ophiuchian energy. They're not dictating your choices. They're always present and you're constantly overriding them. Choosing despite them. In alignment despite them. That is controlling the snake. Controlling the shadow. It does not control you. It is forever present. But it never dictates. That is 7 of Wands, 7 of fire energy. That is standing up for the self in spirit and your light. 100%. Yes, the shadow is forever present. But it does not dictate. It does not dictate, it does not control. Insight, clarity, please, Spirit. Really, if you have placements that fall within that range or that cusp on that energy, like really acknowledge what is there and what house it falls in for you. Because the shadows are not in control there. You are. The shadows are not in control. They do not dictate. Like if I look in my own chart, I have my sun at 9 degrees. I have Uranus at 17 degrees. They fall within Ophiuchian's range. They're in my 6th house. The shadow cannot touch there. It doesn't dictate there. It doesn't dictate there. 6th house, health and service, the sun, the self, Uranus, the fucking maverick, mind-breaking, fucking karmic-breaking shit. Shadow can't touch there. Understand what is in your chart within that Ophiuchian range and what house it falls in, because that is untouchable shadow. That is untouchable to shadow. The shadow cannot break that. The shadow cannot dictate there. That is your forgotten powerhouse energy. Like you can tune into that energy at any fucking time. It will serve you well. I promise you that energy is always in alignment. We cannot forget that we have this energy. What else, please, Spirit? Give me 2 more. Yeah, 2 more. For Ophiuchian energy. Three more we got. Ooh, I like this. Okay, so we've got love. Master Arcana number 6. We've got the 5 of Earth with the 6 of Earth for 11 total Earth. And the 4 of Fire. The Love card, which is the Lover's card, which is traditionally the choice card. It is the card of crossroads, right? What do I choose? Which path do I choose? This is where the mind and the heart are at peace. The mind and the heart are at peace. They are not fighting with each other. They are not trying to control the other, but they are both existing. Comforting each other. The mind supports the heart and the heart supports the mind. The mind loves the heart and the heart loves the mind. This is an inner union within the self. This is where your head space and your heart space do not disturb each other. choosing to not allow your peace or your thoughts to be disturbed. The 5 of Earth with the 6 of Earth for 11 Earth. The 5 of Earth, traditional energy. Is feeling the loss of something or feeling like you've struck out, right? That you're SOL, shit out of luck. And yet still being able to give whatever it is that you have to give in the reality of things. Despite whatever you've lost, you still have something to give. Like, for example, you might have lost your home, but you still have compassion to give. You might have lost trust, but you still have money to donate to charity. It is knowing that despite all loss, what you still have to give, and that it's a mastery energy, right? 11 of the reality, the earth element, a mastery of the manifestation. Or just because you lose one thing doesn't mean you've lost your ability to do or be or have or give everything. It's accepting that some things are removed for a reason, but that it does not affect your ability to give what you do have, or to give to who is in your reality. Loss does not mean shut down. It's like remembering that when the universe removes something, it's really just divine protection. It's just divine protection. It would have taken you out of your highest alignment. When you master your reality and forget that no matter what you've lost, that you always have more to give. No matter what you've lost, that you always have more to give, and that people will always be there to give to you despite your losses. If you lose something, it's because Spirit's also replacing it with better. Spirit's replacing it with better. If you lost it, it's because Spirit's replacing something with better. If you can remember that, it's that 4 of fire energy, that 4 of wands energy. That inner joy, that inner spiritual stability within the self, being grateful for what you do have instead of focusing on the loss, being grateful for what you can give versus focusing on what you don't have to give. It's that spiritual stability. Fire, the suit of spirit, with 4, the number of stability. It's being in spiritual control of the self. Energetic control of the self. Focusing on what you do have to give instead of what you don't. Oh, well, I can't be in a relationship because I don't have a home to offer my partner. Okay, but do you have compassion? Do you have support? Do you have consideration in the highest? Do you have loyalty? Okay, focus on what you do have, not what you don't. Because the right partner is going to see what you do have and appreciate what you have and not focus on what you don't. Maybe your partner doesn't have everything yet. But as long as they're focusing on what you have and not what you don't, and you're focusing on what they have and not what they don't, then it can work out beautifully. 4 of fire energy. That's that divine alignment, divine counterparts connected type energy. Focusing on what you have, not what you don't. Likewise, focusing on what someone else has, not what they don't. Mind you, this message is pertaining to the house or energy in which Ophiuchus rules, which is the range of 8 degrees Sag to 25 degrees Sag. It's Ophiuchian energy. That's where spirit manifests from an untouchable light space. The shadow cannot touch you there. The shadow cannot affect you there. It cannot dictate. The shadow cannot dictate. Not your shadow or the shadow of other people. Because we're all connected. It's all the same shadow. The shadow can't dictate there. Cannot control you there. Understand mastering your reality comes from the unconditionally loving choices that you make in alignment with your spirit's or your soul's joy. And meaning and not allowing anything to touch it. No shadow, no fear, no doubt, no guilt, no pity, no insecurity, no anger, no regret, no frustration, no lie, no ego, no pride can touch it. It will never dictate. Ophiuchian energy. This is where you choose. This is where your soul has set up shop. To never be disturbed by the shadow. Use that to your advantage. Use your strengths. This is your forgotten strength. Wherever this energy falls in your chart. This is your unfuckwithable aspect. Unfuckwithable energy. Unfuckwithable alignment. Trust it. Trust it. It is unfuckwithable. Trust it. Decisions you would make in alignment with those houses and what you have there, it will forever take you on the right path. Forever. That is highest alignment shit. That's your unfuckwithable alignment. Take note of what placements, what planetary bodies, planar aspects, dwarf planets, asteroids you have in there, in that range. Because that's your unfuckwithable shit. Okay? And that is the Zodiac Check-In. That is the Zodiac Check-In. So, give me just a moment, and I will have all of the timestamps in the comments for you. All right? Feel blessed and be blessed, everybody. Until next time.